Hey, Austin. Oh,
Kath, how are you?
I'm doing okay, thanks. How are you?
Hanging in there.
Good.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Hey, Austin, Kath, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Mick.
Sue's with us. Happy New Year, Sue.
Happy New Year, Sue.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Hi, Kim. Happy New Year. Gary, Adrian, everybody else. How we all doing? Kristen, Happy New Year.
Hey, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Kim, are you there?
I'm here.
Chief Sullivan is trying to get pulled in as a participant, if you can see him in the other room.
I got him. There we go.
Thanks, Kim.
You got it, Chief.
Hi, everybody. Uh,
Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you.
Happy-
Same to you.
Power to make margaritas. That's where it all begins. Doesn't matter whether you invent a rocket, or whether you figure out how to build a bridge to get across, or how to hunt that bear you gotta hunt. And it's so close. I think that's a good homestead skill. Always try to improve and make things a little better. Level.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
It looks like Councilwoman
Your call.
Bonadies is in with the attendees.
I'll get her.
You got her, Ms. Renta? Thank you.
I got her.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Okay, it looks like we have a quorum here, Ms. Renta. So I'll call this meeting of the Hamden Legislative Council together at 7:04. Ms. Renta, could you take the roll, please?
Ms. Baez,
Here.
Ms. Bonadies.
Here.
Mr. Caesar,
Here.
Ms. Klaus.
Here.
Ms. Dolan,
Here.
Mr. Farmer,
Present.
Ms. Horsley,
Here.
Ms. Gary,
Here.
Mr. McDowell,
Here.
Mr. McGarry,
Present.
Ms. Rowe Lewis,
Present.
Ms. Shoemaker,
Present.
Mr. Weber,
Here.
Ms. Wetmore.
Here.
14 present, 0 absent.
Thank you, Ms. Renta. We'll have our Pledge of Allegiance and moment of silence. And if we could keep in mind all the victims of our ongoing COVID pandemic during this time. Does anyone have a person of interest or relationship that they would like to name during our moment of silence? Ms. Bonadies?
Thank you. There was an unfortunate death this weekend on New Year's Eve in the town of Hamden. So I would like to keep the two people involved in our hearts. One has perished and one is still in the hospital.
Thank you, Ms. Bonadies. Mr. Farmer?
I was just going to named individuals. But yes, we should keep everyone in our hearts, and we should be praying for safety, whether it be gun violence or illness or virus. So we keep all of those people in our hearts.
Thank you. Let's hold everyone in our hearts. And Ms. Byers, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag of the United States of America
and to the
and
republic
to the republic for which it
for
stands,
nation, under God,
under God,
indivisible,
Indivisible.
with
Liberty,
justice
for all.
Ms. Byers? For our public input session, you have quite a bit, I believe 108 pages, Ms. Renta?
Yeah, 108 pages, which is 102 comments.
Now that is lengthy, however, some of them are relatively brief. So we're going to allow 30 minutes for folks to peruse public input. It is available on hamden.com. Ms. Renter, you will share your screen and put directions to going to hamden.com.
Yeah, I have something set up for it.
Thank you. So council members, the public input is in your inbox and it's on hamden.com as well.
Point of order.
Mr. Caesar?
Will they be posted on the screen as well too as we go, or are we just gonna keep the screen off?
We're just going to have the screen direct to hamden.com. We do not have an automatic scroller. So Miss Renta would have to be just scrolling through 108 pages endlessly.
Yeah, Miss Rent, I can't do that tonight, guys. I'm not feeling well.
So I think we're just going to say, directions to hamden.com, and hopefully people can access the public input that in that fashion.
Thank
Point
you.
of clarification,
Mr. Farm?
is it possible for us to share the PDF as well through the town Facebook, and also send that out so that people can have access to the PDF? Because sometimes people get lost trying to get to different archival things on the website.
Yeah, I don't see.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I took a screenshot of where on the website they're going to click. It's pretty simple. It really is.
Is it, as everyone is well aware, I'm Facebook illiterate. Can you post PDFs on Facebook? Is that something that?
Yeah, that's how we post. Yeah, well, we
Is
post
that, I
on the
mean, I'm just.
website. I would post the link to the website. I can do
Yeah,
that.
if you-
In the
if you
comments, I'll
post-
do
yeah.
that.
Thank you, Ms. Renta. That'd be helpful.
Welcome.
To navigate. All right, so we're starting public input at 7:09. At 7:39, we will conclude public input. Please, everyone, read our public input.
It's not the
Hello, everyone. I'm just going to ask for another 10 minutes for public input, as I don't know about other folks, but I got a jump start earlier and I'm still on, I'm on 72. So I think maybe 10 more minutes should be enough time for folks. I'm just trying to give enough time. So 7:40, we will close public input. Okay, thank you all. That is I will close our public input session at 7:42. There was certainly a lot to process there. I have to say, I'm always a fan when someone references Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, the best of all the Star Trek films. And it's also heartening to see a lot of support for our chief. A report of the president. I just have a few brief comments about how we are moving forward. Then, depending on where we're at, Mr. Eatman, you're saying that, I'm sorry, what's the name of the reval company again, sir?
Municipal Valuation Services.
Municipal Valuation Services
Yes.
has a report to share. We'll make sure that that is available online for folks. I know there's a lot of interest in it. And as with other reports, any questions, please gather them, send them to Ms. Renta, and we will make them public, and as well as the answers. I know there's a lot of questions, and it's a complex issue, so we will be looking for a lot of clarification through this process to make sure people are treated fairly and understand the process. The report of the president. This is not the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last time, that I will mention the fact that we are in a transitional phase in our town. Our small town is in reality a small city with all the issues and problems that a city has to deal with. And we do have issues. This council has to face a daunting fiscal challenge. Fiscal challenges that were created before many of us moved here and some of us were even born. Yet we are the ones tasked with helping to face up to these fiscal challenges. We are the ones who have to deal with an ongoing pandemic that is challenging the way we do business, changing the way we do education, changing everything about every aspect of our lives. And there is also a legacy of racial inequality that, while it is not unique to Hamden, exists in this world and must be confronted wherever it exists, and that includes Hamden. These are difficult issues, and as we grapple with these, I want to urge the council, let us work together. Let us try to maintain a decorum. Let us try to treat each other respectfully, even when we disagree. And sometimes we're going to disagree vehemently. And I imagine there will be some disagreement this evening. But as we do, let us try to stay focused, focus on the issues, and focus on the answers, as that is the best we can do and is what we are charged with in our position. I will be scheduling, after conferring with Councilwoman Shoemaker. We did create a special rules committee to speak to decorum, and obviously there will be no attempt to shutter anyone's free speech, but just to give us a reminder of how we should be acting in this space together. And also I will be asking that rules committee to assist in drafting, as we'll be implementing new procedures, especially implementing civics clerk. I do envision a three-step process. First, development and research, second, training, and third, implementation. So hopefully over the next, as was mentioned in the last meeting, 8 to 14 weeks, we can get our system up and running, practice it, and then use a new system that will hopefully be more transparent, more open, in all better. I will also be working to focus our meetings more diligently. Items that are on the agenda are our topics for conversation. We must stay focused. We must speak to what is on our agenda. We have a work to do, and we must focus in order to do it. So please, I'm open for contact. During the day is difficult, of course, as I am working, but if you message me, I will message you back. And we have other members of leadership. Let's communicate with our leadership team, and let's speak. I guess after the report of the president is not the only time to try and get a question answered. Please, let's keep the lines of communication open. Let's stay focused during our meetings. and get our hard work done. And as this town transitions, so must our council transition. And why don't we do the best we can to be as successful as we can moving forward. So having said all that, we'll close the report of the president. Now, as we mentioned last meeting, Mr. Eatman, we have a report from the reval group.
Hi, yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Council President. Pursuant to Section 12-62 of the State of Connecticut General State Statute, the town of Hamden is mandated by the statute to conduct and perform a revaluation of all properties. The town has secured a third-party Connecticut certified revaluation company and called Municipal Valuation Services to perform revaluation. Today we have with us Michael Fazio, Chris Kernan from Municipal Valuation Services. We also have, I believe, our project manager, Bill Gaffney. We also have our very own assistant, temporary town chief assessor, David Standard, here with us as the municipal evaluation presents to the council sort of a preliminary report in which they will also be coming back to do a final report. And so at the current moment, I turn it over to Mr. Fazio.
Hi, and thank you for having us tonight. My name is Mike Fazio. I'm one of the principals at Municipal Valuation Service. My partner, Chris Karen, is also on the Zoom meeting. He'll be speaking to the commercial properties while I'll speak to the residential portion of revaluation. As you may or may not know, we contracted to do the revaluation in the beginning of summer. We sent out data mailers to every home in the entire city of Hamden, town of Hamden. We got about an 80% return, which is very good for participation in the revaluation. It might even be a little bit more than 80% at this point, because some still came in the last few weeks and we accepted and made changes. The data mailers, if you do or do not know, give the opportunity of homeowners to review the information that the town has on their record card, make corrections if there's problems, send it in to us. We will review those problems and make the necessary changes in the CAMAS system. And the CAMAS system is the computer program which the town uses to create the valuation model and then also host the numbers. We also sent out teams of employees of ours to photograph and visit every property in the entire town and municipality. We photographed every single property. We're in the process of uploading all those photos to the system right now. I think that we've uploaded about 50%, maybe a little bit more. We expect to be finished by the end of the month with the uploading of all the photos to the CAMAS system. So everybody will have a new picture of their house or building or whatever type of property they own on their record card. While we were out there, we also took a look at different exterior characteristics, as you know, because of the executive order imposed by Governor Lamont. We were unable to do physical inspections of interior of homes. If homeowners called and wanted an interior inspection or wanted to send us some pictures, we provided the opportunity to do that. We will also provide that opportunity during the informal hearings. We're in the process right now of doing the informal hearings. The informal hearings is a result of us sending out all of the assessment change notices that went out the week prior to Christmas. Out of our office, I think most of them were delivered last week, and currently we have taxpayers calling our lines, making appointments both online and through the telephone to have hearings which are informal. There's approximately 300, as of today, 300 informal hearings made, 58 of which are commercial properties, the rest residential properties. The informal hearings gives an opportunity for a homeowner or property owner to question the value or just get general information or correct any type of physical characteristic problem that we might have on the field card, or just to enter and answer general questions about the revaluation, how the model works, how we come up with the values, that everything is based on sales. When I was performing the revaluation on the residential properties, I looked at sales from January 1st of 2019 to October 1st of 2020. For my analysis purposes, the state requires us to submit to them the statistical results from October to October. Some neighborhoods that didn't have a lot of sales in it, or properties that needed us to, that didn't have a lot of property types that didn't have a lot of sales, or maybe condominium projects that didn't have a lot of sales of typical units. We expanded our search even wider than the January 2019 date to kind of get an idea of what properties of that category are trading for. There was a pretty good sampling of sales. As you may or may not know, the real estate market in Connecticut, and it's in Hamden in particular, is healthy. Interest rates are low. There was a late summer boost to the real estate market once COVID hit back in March. It delayed the spring market into the midsummer, at which point the real estate market heated up. You'll see a good amount of property transfers within the town. I think we were seeing a healthy increase. I could run, as we sit here, I'll run the numbers of what we've, as it sits right now, prior to making any changes from the informal hearings. I could give you an idea of what the growth was of the real estate portion of the grand list. And that's subject to change based on what the informal hearings results are. And with the informal hearings, we'll make the changes ourselves, and at which point we'll renotice everybody who had a hearing, and we'll even renotice some people didn't have a hearing. And that is a result of, let's say we did a condominium project, or we're working on a street and we find that, oh, wow, maybe this model of this unit needs to be adjusted based on information that was provided to us. We're not just going to change the one parcel. We have to change everyone's parcel who has a similar model. So they'll even get renoticed even though they didn't have a hearing. Let me get some information for you here on what the growth was of the grand list. I think it was somewhere around 7%, but I'm speaking off of the top of my head. I'm trying to find it as we sit here. I don't see it. And 13 report. For here it is. Just give it a second so it'll update right now. And I ran that as of now. You're looking at, as we are today, about an 8.2 at 8.2.5% increase in the real estate portion of the grand list. That's a pretty good, healthy increase. We've worked in other towns throughout the state of Connecticut, and you're on the higher side of increases. So that's a good sign. Your real estate market is healthy. Single family homes went up approximately 3.5%. Condos went up approximately 2%. Multifamilies had a big increase of about 19.5%. The other thing, and Chris will talk to this a little bit later, your commercial real estate values had a very healthy increase of the over 20%. So that's a good sign. Takes some of the tax burden off the homeowners, moves it over to the commercial properties. The other thing is we ran the statistical numbers. As you may or may not know, the state requires the coefficient of dispersion, which is if you look at a bell curve, that's how wide the curve is. The narrower the curve, the better the revaluation is, the tighter the numbers are. The state requires a COD of less than 15. We're at 7.3% on the condos and about 7.5% on the residential properties. That's very good. That means the sales and the model are all working very well. I did a lot of work in moving around and looking at some neighborhoods, making sure that the boundaries were all correct. I cleaned up some of the areas. I worked on splitting up some neighborhoods or making sub neighborhoods within neighborhoods, just because I felt that the values have changed over the last few years and that was warranted. At this point, I'll turn it over to Chris. He could talk a little bit about the commercial properties, and then at the end, if we have any questions about the revaluation, but not on specific properties, I would be able to answer them.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Chris Karen. I'm Mike's partner in performing revaluations. I work on the commercial segment of the revaluation. It's pretty similar to the process that Mike described for the residential, with the exception that we're looking at income and expense data in addition to sales data. So property owners supply us with income and expense data, usually in the springtime. We take all that information, we look at it and establish trends for rental rates, for cap rates, for expense ratios, and we also look at what properties are selling for. And we use that information to develop sales income models for the different income producing properties in Hamden. And we stratify those depending on use. So we'll look at all the apartments together as a grouping. We'll look at all the industrials, all the office properties, all the retail together as a grouping, and compare one property to another and what they're reporting in rent to establish a market rent for those properties. So we're looking at an income approach, we're looking at a sales approach, and we're also looking at the cost approach. One thing Mike said that we're doing right now, we sent out the notices at the end of last year, which was on time. And we are now going through the informal hearing process, which is similar to your Board of Assessment Appeal process, but it's with our company, and it gives them takes some of the pressure off the BAA because hopefully we could rectify any issues that the property owners have at this level. Some are always going to go to the BAA. You can't help that, but we try to speak to everyone who has an issue, explain the process to them carefully. And because of COVID, this is all happening over the phone. So we're doing phone hearings, which are very convenient for the property owner and also very safe for everyone involved. So we're going through that hearing process right now. We will finish up the hearings in January, and we expect the grand list to be signed on time. We shouldn't have any problem finishing our hearings and making any changes prior to the end of January when the grand list is signed. With regard to commercial properties, we've seen in Hamden a growth in particularly apartment properties, which is not unusual. We're seeing apartment properties and have been seeing apartment properties go up in value. There's strong demand for apartment properties over the last 5 years throughout the state of Connecticut, and Hamden is no different. And we're also saw some growth in the retail market in Hamden, and I think that was more due to I think the retail may have been a bit low during the last reval, or it increased because there were some sales that took place that were significantly higher than where those properties sat. And although retail hasn't done as well as apartments over the past 5 years, it depended on what type of retail you were talking about. If you were an essential use retailer, like a grocery store, which stayed open during COVID, you did not see any decline over the past year. We did see some commercial businesses get hit due to COVID. We did see health clubs got particularly hit during COVID. Also, bars and restaurants were hit during COVID. Daycare centers were also hit. So we did come down on some of those values, although talking to investors, they don't really see COVID, as of now anyway, as something structural that they would expect to stay in place over the next 5 years. They see it as a temporary bump in the road, and hopefully that's what it is. But anyway, we're trying to measure and mirror the market expectations as of the reval date, and that's what investors are mostly seeing. They're not paying, they are paying less, but they're not paying too much less for the apartment properties and some of these other properties because of COVID. And the buyers aren't really, or the sellers aren't really lowering their prices now. They're holding out and maybe not putting their property on the market that they otherwise would. And Mike makes a good point as far as the interest rates. Interest rates are historically low, and that puts upward, that puts upward pressure on sales prices for commercial properties. People could afford to pay more for commercial properties if their mortgage is going to be less. So that's where we are right now with the commercial. We're doing the hearings this week, next week. We respond to any issues that the property owner has. We explain to them the process. We often find out and get good information during the hearing process that they didn't supply us previously. So it is a good process. We're nearing the next 2 weeks, we'll finish it up, and then we'll send them all notices and be able to close this job on time.
Thank you. Mr. Eatman, is someone up next, or does that complete the presentation?
That generally completes the presentation. I just wanted to make sure if Mr. Gaffney had anything he wanted to say. If not, we'll turn it back over to Council President.
Mr. Gaffney, you're muted, sir. There you go.
Sorry.
Got it?
No.
Yep, you're good to go, sir.
I'm good. Okay. No, I really don't have anything other than, as Mike said, this revaluation seems to be, the great. This D is a huge issue, and it indicates how well the reval went. And my concern right now is beyond this is the Board of Assessment Appeals. I've spoken with Curtis that I am an instructor for the Connecticut Association for Board of Assessment Appeals, and come to find out there's 3 or 4 other towns that wish to be to hold a class. So we'll probably do it through a Zoom meeting, which I haven't done yet, but it'll be something new for me, as it is for a lot of people. So that'll be our next step once the board's in place. Probably in February, we'll run a BAA class, which I think is really important because most of the time you get people that aren't realtors or have little experience in real estate. So we just try to define what we do and what their process is and what the law states they should do. So other than that, I'm happy with how this came out.
Thank you, Mr. Gaffney.
You're welcome.
Mr. Eaton, anything else from your team?
Nope, we want to thank the Municipal Evaluation Services, David Standard, Mr. Gaffney, and Finance for tonight, coming with us tonight and presenting this tonight. I think we're done. Again, if council has any questions, they can either forward it directly to the revow company, or you can forward it to me. We'll forward it to the revow company, and we'll get you the answers that you all seek. Once this is fully wrapped up and complete and the grant list is signed, at the council's request, we will have the Municipal Evaluation Services come back and do a summary briefing again, and then maybe answer some of your questions. Right now, everything is preliminary, as you just understand, and we're looking for them to complete their process. Thank you.
And I would just add one thing to that questioning process, Mr. Eatman. Any questions, please also forward to Ms. Renta so that we can include them under our future reports so that we can see these questions were asked, these answers were given. That way everyone has an opportunity to see that information.
Yes, thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Eatman, and thank you to the reval team. Much appreciated.
You're welcome, and thank you.
We also have an additional report from a department, from the administration department. Mayor Lang has asked to give a report of his department.
Good evening, members. I'd like to offer you a statement regarding the appointment of John Sullivan as Hamden's chief and some questions raised regarding the process. Honorable members, upon the retirement of former Chief Tom Wydra, we were fortunate to have a deputy chief in John Capiello, who worked side by side with Chief Wydra for over a decade. Naming him acting chief was in the very best interest of the town in every way you can imagine, as evidenced by his ethical integrity and the continuity to Fort Hamden and our community's public safety. Soon after, listening to community outcry and input, asking for a voice in the process of who would be Hamden's next police chief moving forward, with the driving factor being strong desire to really fully implement and embrace a true community policing platform, which is an effort that we have taken positive strides and steps, significant ones, but for which we still need a lot of work to do. The need to rebuild community trust, to work to address systematic racism and implicit bias, and to get the training our officers welcome and for which we need. From this, with full administration support for these essential reforms and enhancements, was born the Police Chief Community Input and Transparency Committee, with Reverend King as our chair, and joined by committee members who were as dedicated as they were impressive from stakeholders throughout the town. This committee was tasked with the following: 1, listening to the community and collecting public comment and feedback on what the town wanted to see in the next police chief. Secondly, working to amend the job description as needed to ensure the highest values offered were included. And then finally, they were tasked with following up a recruitment effort in selecting the top 3 to 5 candidates from whom an internal panel and ultimately myself would interview and make appointment of the next chief of police. This committee, as many of you know, held many internal meetings, working on goals and the job description. They held 3 major public input sessions at 2 to 3 different locations throughout town, and developed an initial recommendation for a job description for the recruitment process. The job description draft was given to personnel to review and offer feedback. They offered a lot of feedback, actually, and there was still work to be done to come up with a final version that met the goals of the committee and myself, and which also met the traditional appropriate human resources practices. In the meantime, Hamden faced a series of extremely significant and in some cases horrifying situations or challenges, and both legal and personnel matters, which responsibly demanded a steady, experienced hand on the wheel, and someone who was here and who understood what occurred in the midst of these extreme challenges and understood the need to build on and in some ways rebuild the public trust. This led to a recommendation for then acting Chief John Capiello to be appointed as Hamden's police chief proper with a short-term contract. The contract was an exception, far from the rule, as it was used in this instance due to a specific need and a demand for a very specific time period needed by both parties in which we were working to ensure continuity, ethical integrity, and the high standards demanded. Previously, to my knowledge and to others that I've asked, the only other time a police chief was given a contract was former Chief Bob Nolan, who had exceeded the state age maximum of 65 years old, which, for the record, I find as age discriminatory. And the town wished to continue him in his service as chief. So he was allowed a contract because the state statute governing the position of chief at the time and still today did not allow it individually. For some perspective, not only did no other police chief outside of those instances have contracts for services as department heads, but neither did any other Hamden department head in the last 25 years plus, with the exception being the economic development director, Dale Croup, who started his career with a 3-year contract and won the support to continue that practice until his recent retirement. Otherwise, the Hamden Town Charter prescribes a method by which a mayor recommends an appointment and for how the council is to consider such an appointment. Essential to this discussion and why an appointment was submitted for your review and action is because in specialized, often public safety or public well-being centric positions, for example, fire marshal, building official, police chief, etc., state law prescribes certain protections that allow for these essential positions to conduct their functions without any undue influences, personal, political, familial, or anything else. It protects our residents from some future rogue mayor or some future rogue council or any other pressuring other interests, business, friends, etc., from influencing the position in these positions that require independence for them to do their jobs for the public health, safety, and well-being of the town. This is a protection that is key to our public trust and that the positions and individuals require, ensuring them the autonomy necessary in these roles. When recommending the limited contract for former acting Chief Cappiello, I also named former Lieutenant John Sullivan as our acting deputy chief. I am so extremely thankful for Chief Cappiello's efforts and for acting deputy Chief Sullivan's efforts to support and build from the assignment that he was given, he was asked to take on, and took on with gusto. He was soon made our permanent deputy chief in the non-union position. This team helped to guide Hamden in some challenging times. When Chief Cappiello decided this summer that it was his time to hang up the cleats, naturally I appointed Deputy Chief Sullivan to the position of acting chief to always ensure continuity of public safety services. It was my original intention to re-engage the police chief community input and transparency committee and ask them to continue their efforts as they so effectively started. However, the performance of acting Chief Sullivan, starting in his role as deputy and certainly excelling in his service as acting chief, made it difficult to imagine a better fit for Hamden at this time, at this place, with our goals before us at this moment in our town's history. His effort to adopt a Camden-style department-wide community policing policy, his embrace of the importance of building and establishing community relationships and forging partnerships through his day-to-day management, his support for the incredibly impressive and effective neighborhood initiative, a division hyper-focused on true community policing, block by block, relationship development, and the support from people the likes that this community hasn't seen in a long time from many different sectors of our community. In addition, the teamwork displayed through weather and other serious crises the town faces at any given moment. Acting Chief Sullivan working with Fire Chief and Emergency Management Director Merweed, Public Works and Parks Director Caesar, and myself, specifically with the 2 severe weather events and other high-level challenges, his efforts to reach out to and always make himself available to work with the community groups and individuals. It seems like he's on a 24-hour schedule, and it is a very impressive schedule indeed. You can bet that I test this from time to time, and his direct invitation to and embrace of the Federal Department of Justice, the DOJ, strengthening police community partnerships was really a symbol. Usually when the DOJ comes into a community, it's because they force themselves on a community. Hamden raised their hand and said, you know what? We would like to work on this because we'd like to strengthen our partnerships with the community. And the DOJ was impressed and hopped in and wanted to do this process. All of these demonstrations of good intention, good faith, and results, they result in the essential point of this entire correspondence to you tonight. And I'm sorry that's a little bit long. The reason his appointment was submitted and is before you tonight. Acting Chief Cappiello demonstrated that we have something somewhat unique and unquestionably valuable. We have here in Hamden an individual serving in a position of an acting department head, an acting chief, who has checked all the boxes in real time and with demonstrable results of what being a police leader our community has asked for and wants and will continue to commit to what the community has expressed in the public input process. I did not come to the decision to stop the public process easily. In fact, I agonized over it. Sometimes to the dismay of some fellow department heads who wanted me to appoint Acting Chief Sullivan much earlier. However, after strong consideration for what I believe to be best for the town of Hamden's public safety at this time, I found that John Sullivan checked those boxes. In circumstances fraught with challenges that we have to face, both internal and those brought upon us from the worlds of a pandemic to natural disasters to an increase in criminal activity that requires creative and community-based response, and much, much more. It has become very apparent that we have captured lightning in a bottle and have the individual who could bring our Hamden Police Department truly into the full community policing model and into the 21st century, as much as I don't like that usual statement. Chief Sullivan's team command staff approach has brought a level of trust and respect from the men and women of the Hamden Police Department, his ability to build community bonds, and his embrace of change, fulfill the necessary evolution and reform needed for our police department to be truly successful and even more successful in the days forward. I hope that despite a well-intentioned, but admittedly incomplete public process, that we have found the right person to lead our Hamden Police Department and who can work to make our community safer, universally community-oriented, and even as cost-effective as possible in the face of very challenging obstacles, as he's demonstrated so far this year with his operation of the fiscal 21 budget. I'm thankful to have Acting Chief Sullivan ready to serve this important role in our community, explicitly tied to our town's very public safety in this time and in this place. And I hope that you feel the same and deeply consider the approval of his appointment. I thank you for taking the time to listen to me. And this is a long, I know, report for this moment, but this is an important moment to give full consideration. I appreciate your understanding how and why we got to this point that we are at today. I ask you, if possible, to focus on the safety, strength, and the community commitment of the person in front of you for consideration, and not the process, which I am admitting was not perfect. As it was attempted for the first time in town's history, we'll do it better next time. But right now, let's consider the man. We have the right person who can fully embrace community policing and relationship building and the public safety and crime prevention it brings by focusing on Mr. John Sullivan. Thank you very, very much for this opportunity. And I wish all of you, all members of the council, the very best wishes for a healthy and happy new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Lang. That closes our reports of boards and departments. We have no reports of council liaisons. Item 7 is approval of previous minutes, December 21st, 2020. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Mr. Farmer, seconded by Ms. Shoemaker.
Is that the special meeting or the regular meeting?
December 21st. Regular meeting.
Okay, there was a special meeting at 6:30.
Oh, you know what? I have to check.
Okay, we'll go on with the regular meeting.
Yeah, actually, there would be no meeting minutes from the special meeting
Well, there was a motion made and you guys voted.
to executive
They're in the
session.
drive.
To the regular meeting, Ms. Renta?
Yep, we'll do the regular meeting.
Very good. All in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Ms. Bonadies is abstaining
Got it.
from her birthday meeting. Okay, the minutes have been approved. We do not have a consent calendar. We'll move on to our regular agenda. This requires a 2/3 vote with the members present and voting for suspension of the rules or state statute 14. All in favor of suspending the rules, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Abstentions? All right, the rules have been suspended. Without objection, actually, we'll move on. We'll take items 2, 3, and 4, as I think they will go relatively quickly, and then move on to item 1. Item 2, an order authorizing Town of Hamden to enter into a service site agreement prevention core program. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Farmer. Ms. Wetmore, we read
Second.
second there. Okay, Ms. Wetmore,
Second.
thank you. And Mr. Morton, is there would you who's here to speak to us about this item?
Yeah.
Ms.
We
Rubino,
have Ms. Rubino with us.
there you are. Thank you. Ms. Rubino, could you give us some of the broad outlines of this?
So this is the third year that we'll be hosting a Prevention Corps member. Their focus is on substance abuse prevention, education. We had 2 full-time members, and this year we weren't going to host a member, but AmeriCorps is providing funding for it. So we're not paying anything for a part-time member. So she will be providing free Narcan trainings, and also will be creating remote programming for youth with a focus on mental health and prevention. She'll be creating and updating resources and anything else that the community is in need of.
Thank you, Ms. Rubino.
You're welcome.
Mr. Farmer, as the maker of the motion, do you have any input or questions?
Yeah, I first want to thank you for the AmeriCorps programs, and some of them have.
Louder, please.
Yeah, could you speak up a bit, Mr. Farmer?
All right. Hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Good. Just like old days. I want to thank you for your dedication on taking on someone, as a lot of the AmeriCorps members have found difficulty finding places to sponsor them. So I think it's great work that we're engaging people who want to be helpful, who want to serve our community. So kudos to y'all on that. I guess the only question that I have, in the past, we put on a program where we held in town hall, talking about different types of drugs that youth may be using and how to detect signs, so on and so forth. I'm wondering if we're planning on doing something like that virtually in this time of COVID. And would this person be helping in that effort?
Yes, Mr. Farmer, we can do that. You know, we'll have to plan this out carefully, and but yes, we would love to do another forum like that. And it'll be done virtually, obviously, But thank you for your suggestion. This is what we want. We want suggestions from the community, so.
I thank y'all for all that you did, and I learned a lot. When that time comes to be a parent, my kids will not be able to hide anything. So I appreciate what y'all do. I appreciate the effort that's put in, and I will be supporting this position.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Ms. Bonaduce.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Suzanne. It's a topic that I have a great interest in, the opioid misuse and prevention. And I did do some public forums on this topic, and it's definitely a challenge. So I was going to ask a question about the 900 hours, 25 hours a week, all virtual. Are people coming to Keefe Center in person? Could these things be done safely, socially distanced in person? I think they work better that way. What's the plan for that?
So I agree with you. Yes, there's nothing like in person for much of this programming, but now, until we're all vaccinated, I don't feel comfortable personally having that direct contact. And there are stipulations in their agreement too that they cannot have in person. But, we might put together a resource kit that will deliver to, all the third grade households or something to that we can do that type of thing. But not in person at this moment, unless the vaccinations, get rolling soon.
Okay. Is there any way that we could have a follow-up of this program and see what programs were done and the evaluation and efficacy of these programs? Did we have a follow-up in September when the program is over?
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Bonaduce. Any further questions or comments? I'll just add my voice saying thank you for all the work you do, Ms. Rubino. Much appreciated, especially in these difficult times.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of item 2, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Item passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Rubino. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you. You have a good evening.
Item 3, in order authorizing Elderly Services Department to accept and expend funding for the Department of Aging and Disability Services State Unit on Aging Connecticut Senior Center CARES Act funding opportunity. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Caesar, and a second.
Oh, that was Betty.
Thank you. Seconded by Ms. Wetmore. Mr. Morton, who will speak to us on this item this evening?
Mr. Council President, we have Ms. Burbidge in attendance to speak to this.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. Burbidge, could you outline some of the generalities of this program for us, please?
Yes, we have been seeking and wanting and needing database management for years. COVID has magnified that need. And this program is something I have researched for a couple of years. 17 senior centers around us have this Schedule Plus database. It's a web-based management, so we can do it from home. Seniors can access it from their home to reserve being on a program. But most importantly, it will provide elderly outreach, a more modified and expedient and efficient system for their appointments. As you know, we're doing energy assistance right now, and we have already completed a rent rebate. But this system, instead of a clipboard and pencil paper, we are going to be able to go into 2021 with database management by a web-based system. And it does many things besides that. It gives, it also will help us when the time comes that we will open. We'll have touch screen check-in for our seniors. We'll be able to volunteer, our volunteers will be able to be tracked on their times, because we work with Agency on Aging, who has the AmeriCorps. We have about 28 volunteers through them. It will do a calendar, show it so we can see what events work, and we can reserve the rooms, which, you know, that's another side job for me. And that will be a nice management system to track those. But we can look into possible membership opportunities in the near future. We also have donation management opportunities on this system. We do have donors that give to us. As you know, we have a Hamden Elderly Gift Fund, and it would be nice to have those people in a database system so that we can reach out and show appreciation, but also reach out when we have a need. But it also creates your own letter templates. You can do billing from it, generate bills or invoices. But again, this would be immensely helpful with telephone reassurance. We can take all our Excel's different sheets for different programs and merge them all into this Schedule Plus and be able to manage our reach out, you know, to our seniors.
Sounds like quite the program. Thank you, Ms. Burbidge. And
Again, yeah, the application is approved.
yeah, please go ahead.
The application I submitted through the State Unit on Aging, you had to submit an application. You had to write a little scenario, why you need it and such, was approved today. Congratulations.
Excellent. Congratulations. And I was actually just going to first ask, so is this entirely funded by the Department of Aging and Disability?
The hardware for it, the scheduling software is, we just have to submit, it's a reimbursement. In other words, we take out of our gift fund to pay for the items, and the state reimburses us back for those items. It's the first time in 14 years that the senior centers have been offered this.
Well, thank you for exploring the opportunity and taking the time to go out, craft, and get us these monies. Much appreciated. Mr. Caesar, as the maker of the motion, would you like to speak to it?
I just think it's great. I support it 100%. I'm happy to make the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caesar. Mr. Farmer?
Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne, as always, for all that you do. I know our community members at Dunbar Davenport will definitely appreciate it. The work that y'all do, going there, helping people fill out their paperwork, especially now, you know, last year you talked about the potentiality of, you know, finding such a tablet or device to do this. So I'm glad that the state was able to help us with funding, and I'm glad that y'all can stay safe as you do this important work. So as always, thank you for all that you do, and I will be in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Ms. Wetmore?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Burbidge, for seeking this out. I appreciate all the funds that you keep going after. It's really great for the senior center. I just have one question, and that is, do you have to renew the license every year?
Well, Ms. Wetmore, what I did was on the billing that I'm going to process once I get the council's approval, I got it billed for 2 years. So that 1560, the first bill is for a 2 year. So we wouldn't have to pay again till December 22nd. I'm sorry, December 2022.
Okay.
2022.
And would that come out, would you come back to us for that, or is there another source that you can get?
No,
that from?
no. What we will do is incorporate that as one of our line items for programs. It would not be that high, obviously, because this is initially joining. It's 2 years paid. I figured I might as well go for the bigger amount. 'Cause you never
Absolutely.
know,
It
right?
sounds like a great program. So
But
thank
it's
you
an
very much.
opportunity and I couldn't pass it up, so.
I don't blame you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weber. Any further questions or discussion? Ms. Bonadies?
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Suzanne, for coming and explaining how you're going to use these funds. I just have a question about the barcode scanner. How is that going to be used?
Okay, not immediately, but probably when we first initiate on face-to-face appointments. What it is in the scheduling software, you can print like membership cards that have the barcode, like you do in a grocery store, you know, that barcode that is on there. And then they would take it and not touch anything. They would just go in front of the barcode scanner and would bring up their name and what activity they're going to. For example, if they go to bingo, or perhaps they're going to the arts and crafts. So all their data would come up with that.
Okay, it's not for is it used for charging or just for attending?
No, just signing in.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Basically.
Appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Bonadies. Any further discussion? And so again, just say thank you, Ms. Burbidge, for your efforts in securing these monies. It is very much appreciated. And I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The item 3 passes unanimously. Item 4, an order authorizing the Finance Department to reclassify uncollectible taxes to the suspense tax book, Connecticut General Statutes 12-165. May I have a motion?
So moved.
We'll give that one to Ms. Shoemaker, seconded by Mr. Farmer. Mr. Freeman, could you tell us about this process and what it entails and why this is a thing we need to do?
Sure. Thank you again, Council President, Council members. You have before you tonight a motion to reclassify levy motor vehicle and personal property taxes deemed uncollectible by our tax collector and the Finance Department. This is a necessary process which is required pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 12-165, which is called Municipal Suspense Tax Books. The total that we're deeming uncollectible is about 2.1 million. However, we are still pushing to make sure that we get the funds that we can from these accounts. So the motor vehicle accounts have been assigned to the town's collection agency, which is ANRG, for further collection and actions. Any revenue that we deem from these accounts will be reflected in the appropriate budget line, which is suspense, which is 10-10-8-0806, which is in a tax office budget. We are simply cleaning up our books for the council to make sure we have the appropriate number. These accounts, even though they are moved into the suspense line, they are still being sought after by our collection agency, and we're still working to try to collect the funds that are still outstanding. At this moment, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Egan, just a quick question on my end. So this is like an accounting practice. I just ask, is this an extraordinary thing to do, or is this a generally accepted accounting practice?
This is an accounting practice that has a state mandate, and that we should be doing. And so when I came in, we saw this was something that has not been done, and I cannot speak to why it has not been done, but for the importance for the town and the town's finances and the accounting and cleaning up our books, this has to be done. And I will respectfully ask the council for support on this motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eatman. Ms. Shoemaker, as the maker of the motion, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I would just like to thank Mr. Eatman for this work. He explained it to me in some detail, and I appreciate his attention to the details on behalf of the appropriate reporting of our finances. So thank you, Mr. Eatman, and I hope we will unanimously support this.
Agreed. Thank you, Ms. Shoemaker. Mr. Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, Director Eatman. Thank you for your due diligence in finding this.
Mr. Farmer, could you speak up again, please, sir?
I am sorry. My headphones are on the fritz today, so I'm speaking from just normal volume, so I apologize. Is this better?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director Eatman, for thoroughly looking after this, and also adding the statute, because that was most helpful. In section 3 of the statute that you sent to us, said that the transfers during the last fiscal year, the name of the person against, should be published in an annual report of the municipality filed with the town clerk within 60 days of that fiscal year. So I see, based off of the different people who have not paid taxes on different vehicles, some of these date back from 2010. So do we have a responsibility to backdate, seeing that we haven't done it in the past? Or are we just like, if you could walk me through the process, because if we haven't been doing it and this has to be filed within 30 days of the ending of the fiscal year, we're past that. So I guess I'm confused. So if you can clarify that for me, I would appreciate it.
Yes, Councilman. First off, we're going back because we're actually cleaning it up. You are correct. The state statute requires certain mandates as far as when you present this. Unfortunately, we haven't met those mandates in the past, which is why our books are a little not as pristine as I would like, but we're making them pristine. We are in the process of setting a trend going forward that this will be done by May to June of each and every year. And unfortunately, this past year, we had a lot with the budget, and then we had the debt restructuring, which again, I'm thankful for the council's support on, and several other things that came up, which were a little bit more precedent, and a little bit more important at the time. Now that we have a chance to get this done before the new upcoming budget, we respectfully ask that that is something the council considers, and we will make sure moving forward in May and June that we meet the state requirement and submit it then.
I guess I have two follow-up questions to that. I'm trying to think of how I phrase this. The alleged taxes that are levied against these individuals that they haven't paid. So will the town be able to collect them going forward, or is this a complete wiping of that and basically writing off this as a loss of $2 million in change?
This is not a writing off. The town is still in the process of trying to collect this funds. We have again submitted it to our collecting agencies. We're in the process of making sure that we work with them to collect this funds. What we're stating, though, that by doing this is that this is no longer something that we deem might be collectible, though we are still trying to collect it. And so we signal to our auditors, to the state, and to all those who are looking at our books, and we put this in a different section called suspense, which we ought to do, and to make sure, and it's a different account, to make sure that even though we're searching and we're still trying, this might not be something that we can collect. Please don't hold this against us.
In terms of, and I appreciate you making sure to do that, as $2 million is a lot of money on the table. In terms of individuals, as we all know, COVID-19 has been rough on our communities. So the extension on taxes that we did, would that count for these individuals who are allegedly owe us in back taxes? Would they be able to defer, or do they have to pay basically now because they're in some cases almost a decade late?
Councilman, you're referring to the deferment, which is based off of property taxes. This is only motor vehicle and personal property, which is totally different. And so the deferment by the executive order from the governor does not apply to motor vehicle or personal property. This here, we're dealing with personal property and motor vehicle taxes, not property taxes.
Okay, I appreciate.
Not back taxes.
No. Hey, I appreciate that distinction. So hopefully moving forward, we will follow this practice. The only last question I have for you, does this have to be certified by the clerk now as it moves forward? Like where do these documents, where are they held, and how are we moving forward, seeing that we haven't done it properly in the past? So we're going to vote on this tonight, but is it going to go to the clerk to be ratified before it goes to the state, or how does that work?
So if this is done tonight with the blessing of the council, a report will be filed. We will move it over, obviously, to suspense. We will notify our auditors as they begin to prepare the following books to readjust our numbers and to make sure that they were properly reflective. If that is still possible, we then certify it and give it over to the clerk for record keeping, as we keep a record in finance, to make sure that if there's any need to be recalled, the information can be recalled either by us or by the clerk's office.
Thank you. I will be supporting you tonight, and I hope that we can empower you and your department so that we can follow the statutes of the state.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Ms. Bonadies.
Yes, I am going to say that my questions have been answered. Thank you, Justin, for being so thorough. And I will end it at that.
Thank you, Ms. Bonadies. Ms. Horsley.
Thank you, Director Eatman, for following up on this. This was actually our number 3 recommendation that you suggested on the Fiscal Stability Committee's report. And I just want to thank you for following up and executing this without us having to keep emailing you about it. So just thank you and keep up the good work, and just let us know what else we can do.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you so much for the team. And hopefully council considers this motion that you have before you.
Thank you, Ms. Horsley. Mr. McDowell.
Thank you. Apologies if this is redundant. My audio cut out for a little bit. This is not an exhaustive list of taxes uncollected. Is that correct?
That is correct. This is just the first initial stage. We will probably be coming back maybe in May and June with another list.
Okay, cool. So this is what we determined right now to be most likely uncollectible.
This is right now from what we've done immediately from the list that we've gone through, that we were able to get before the council within a manner that has been vetted by our finance team appropriately. though it's not an exhaustive or an a total list, but it's a list that we've looked through and we've vetted through the tax collector to get it to the council so that this vote can take place.
Sure, and I look forward to supporting this item. I guess tangentially, though, I'm interested in our collection rates over the last few years, which I know we've had the collection rate for 2018 fiscal year, but I don't think we saw for 2019 or 20. I don't think we had that for our last budget season. Given that we're coming up on our future budget season, and given that the collection rate for 2021 budget was a point of contention that we had to go through for COVID reasons, is it possible to get the collection data for that within the next, and I'm happy to email you to remind you, is that information that would be available, or do we not yet have some of it in yet? We should definitely have fiscal year 19, right?
Yeah, it depends. Are you asking a certain year-to-date council collection rate, or are you asking just for the year?
Prior years. I'm asking mostly for 18, 19, 19, 20.
Okay.
I'd love to see a 1920, but given that people are just getting their January tax bills, I would imagine, or I suppose not getting them, but since those are just happening, it's probably not going to be that accurate of a number just yet. So hopefully we'll be able to take a closer look at that closer to March. But in the meantime, I'd love to be able to dive deep and digest the 1819 and 1920 collection rate numbers as of the close of those fiscal, what we had as of the close of those fiscal years, end of June.
Yes.
Point of order, please. This is not on the agenda.
It is completely relevant to what we're discussing if we're talking about what's collectible and what's
Why don't we just kind of quickly wrap this up? Mr. Eman, can you provide that information for Mr. McDowell?
Yes, I would just ask that the councilman send me an email with the collection rate, whether it's for motor vehicle, whether it's for real estate, that just, clarifying his request. And as always, the protocol of finance, once one person asks, we give it to everyone, the answers to everyone. So everyone will be provided that answer.
Yes, that would be very good. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. McDowell?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on this item? You seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Item passes. We will go back to item 1 on our agenda, which is an order providing for the appointment of John Sullivan.
So moved.
Chief of Police. Moved by Mr. Farmer. Is there a second?
Second. Lots of second.
I believe Ms. Rowe Lewis got in there. I will ask Mr. Morton to speak to us in a moment about this item. However, Mr. Farmer did earlier communicate asking for a moment of some clarification on an item. So, Mr. Farmer, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I made a joke about whether without the chief having a contract, we were going to pay him under the table. Some took that as saying that I accused the chief of being paid under the table. To the character that I know of the chief, I don't believe he's paid under the table for any reason or anything. So I just wanted to clarify that for the chief's character, that is not an accusation that I have made. So just to clear the air, and look forward to asking questions and hearing my colleagues' concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. And actually, thank you for clarifying that. I agree. The chief's character is of the highest possible personal morality. So I agree wholeheartedly. I also wanted to just clarify one thing in terms of communication as well. It is difficult for Ms. Renta after we do have a deadline for receiving public input and then packaging it for to be posted on the website. So if things come in after Ms. Renta has posted on the website an hour before the meeting, information that comes in, we did receive, I believe it was 4 late items of public input, Ms. Renta?
3 or 4 sounds right.
3 or 4. A couple in favor of the chief of police, and in part also excoriating the council for not acting last week, and 1 in favor of postponing, and 1 speaking to law enforcement in the town of Hamden in general. I'd like those folks to please understand, we have forwarded that to the entire council, and they will be included, they'll be added to the public input section, so that it'll be on the record, as it were. So we will, so even if it doesn't get processed at that point in time, the council still receives any input that comes in after the deadline, and it does get added. So it is read, it is heard, and it is added to the record. So I just wanted to make sure everyone who came in late understands that. Mr. Martin, would you like to speak to this item in front of us today, please?
Thank you, Mr. Council President, but I'm happy to answer any questions that folks may have. I know that the mayor came earlier and gave a statement, but if there's any further questions, I'm sure there's some individuals who may have questions for Chief Sullivan as well. Happy to answer anything further from that point. Thank you.
We'll open to the floor then, and I just say, Chief Sullivan, looking forward to voting yes, sir. Mr. Farmer, as the maker of the motion, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, unless the chief would like to say something before we start, or can we just hop in and ask questions? I want to mess up the process.
Chief Sullivan, would you like an opportunity to address the council?
Thank you, council members. Yeah, I would like to thank Kurt Lang for having the confidence in me to appoint me to the position of Chief of Police for the town of Hamden. I'd like to thank the legislative council members for taking the time tonight to hear, discuss, and vote on this appointment. Having lived and worked in Hamden my entire life gives added importance and significance to this appointment to me. If the appointment is approved tonight, I look forward to continuing the hard work and professionalism that our command staff and personnel have put forth over the last 6 months. We will continue to work with the Hamden community and work to better our partnerships with all of our community members. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Farmer.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for being here with us today to answer our questions. As some of you may remember, I approved the Chief Sullivan being interim chief way back when. That being said, I do have questions and concerns. We talk often, so one of my first concerns in terms of you being chief, I feel, how are we going to address the issue of the conversations around vigilantism? I feel that it's a pressing matter. We know we have car thefts. We've talked deeply about that, but I feel that it's equally important that we don't spiral into chaos. So if you can address that answer, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we don't preach vigilantism. I thought someone put out vigilance. We do preach vigilance. We want the community to be our eyes and ears. Let us do our job. We don't want to make a dangerous situation more dangerous. We need to come together as a community and work together on the increased crime that we've seen. But a lot of the job of policing needs to be left to us. I know that citizens need to keep themselves safe. I understand that, but we don't promote vigilantism at all.
No, I appreciate that. We talked about, the car accident that happened recently, and I think it's pertinent that we make sure that people are safe and that we don't make situations potentially worse. Another question that I have for you, and I stick to my assessment, comments about community members being cockroaches, or comments about certain communities being predetermined for crime. I assume you and your department do not share that sentiment.
No, we absolutely do not share that sentiment. Everyone is equal. We try to treat everyone equal, and we protect the entire town.
One more question before I let my colleagues ask questions, as I'll have questions later to ask. But I would be interested to hear how you are planning to implement community policing and how you plan to engage the community in said community policing. You know, one of the contentions of your appointment tonight is that there was supposed to be a community effort to hire the next chief, and that was failed. So I would love to hear your thoughts and ideas. Community policing meaning different things to different people. So if you can elaborate on what that means to you, what
Justin, you broke up a little bit, but I think I got the gist of it. Community policing to us is we've kind of tried to adopt the Camden model. We have our officers out in the community engaging with the community. They're on foot patrols. We want them out of the cars. We want them to get to know people. We want them in businesses. We want them making relationships so that the community members know who the officer is by name. And that's what we feel what community policing is. And the department has embraced it. Our officers are out there engaging with the community and making these partnerships. And so far, I think it's been very successful. And we look to improve upon that as we move forward.
So in terms of implementation from what's been done in the past, because there's been a lot of mistrust and concern. So I guess like we can all agree that foot patrol is great, but in terms of like things, what does that Camden model mean in terms of difference between how we were doing community policing in the past and what we are going to be doing going forward?
You know, we really weren't interacting with the community the way we are now. You know, we would be involved with some youth programs, which we still are, but we weren't actively as a department engaging with the community like we have been over the last 6 months. And we have made a lot of partnerships through that. Officers just walking on the beat, walked in and met people at We Are the Village, and we've made a connection there. You know, we have officers now that in our community police division that are doing follow-ups for domestic situations and mental health situations. So we have taken a more active role in community police than we have in the past.
I will ask you questions once again, but I'll let my colleagues share their thoughts and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Ms. Bonadies.
Thank you, Council President. I don't necessarily have any questions for Chief Sullivan, other than to be very pleased to be taking this vote tonight. I do want to make a note, though, that the letters that we read were overwhelmingly in support and in favor of Chief Sullivan getting this appointment, and they came from all over the town and from all kinds of people. Our votes should reflect the voices of the people in our town that sent us here to vote their conscience, not our own. We were here to be the voice of our districts and of people in this town. I just want to say what an exemplary officer Chief Sullivan has been in every position that he's filled, and he has brought such a he's ushered in a change of culture, and during a very tough time, a pandemic, 100-year pandemic, in the midst of really tough budget cuts. And he's just done an amazing job. Every challenge he's been confronted with. So I look forward to voting yes tonight for Chief John J. Sullivan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horsley. Thank you, Ms. Bonadies. Ms. Horsley.
Yeah, so I wanted just to speak to the Public Input and Transparency Committee that Dominique and I, before we were on council, served on. It was a committee made up of community members and chaired by Pastor King, as Mayor Lang mentioned. And the work that we did ended up creating a job description, and we created interview questions. The goal of that committee was to identify 3 to 5 candidates that we would recommend to the mayor. So as in our charter, as the mayor suggested, the mayor appoints the chief. And so that's what is in the rules for our charter. And a contract can be made, but really the appointment is what most department heads in Hamden have. We heard 3 conversations from the community, and really what we heard was that the community was interested in having a police force that was more invested in the community, that spoke to the community, knew the community, and looked like the community. And so what I am wondering, Chief Sullivan, I've had many conversations with you and seen your work in the last 6 months where you've really developed a community program that's both multifaceted at different levels. And I have been impressed with your work in that vein. But I'm wondering how your efforts as chief will change the force to look more like the population of Hamden. So when we looked at the number of Black policemen or women officers, there were very few. And as of that committee, which was almost 2 years ago. So I'm just curious what efforts you will take to try to recruit and promote up the ranks so that in the future, we can have a chief that is Black that has grown up in Hamden like yourself.
Thank you, Councilmember Horsley. Yeah, hiring is a huge investment for the town. Well, we invest a lot of money in a candidate when we hire them. And minority hiring is a priority for me and the department. I've been part of the hiring process for quite a while now because of my role in professional standards and in ethics and integrity. I was in charge of the backgrounds up through my positions as lieutenant, deputy chief, and now acting chief. I've been played a big role in our hiring process. And since 2007, 60% of the candidates that we hired were either female or minorities. And we do that by recruiting. We recruit in civics groups, colleges, churches. We speak to clergy. Our new neighborhood initiative, we're out recruiting. Our Youth Explorer program, speaking to youth. So it is very important to us. And you're right, the police department should reflect the community that it serves. And I think that will help us be successful making partnerships with our community if we do that.
Great. I really hope so, because I think this is a place where in all aspects of the world that are dominated by white men, we need to make efforts. And so I work on this in my department at Yale, and I really look forward to seeing your doing this in the force over the next few years. I just want to say for the record that I don't like the process by which our committee's work was not completed. My first meeting on council, we had to vote on a contract for Cappiello, and that meant that our work, the hours that we spent in community conversation and in the trying to draft up questions, et cetera, were not taken into account and followed through. That first meeting, I voted yes for him, for Cappiello, because I felt like that was the fiscal responsible thing to do. And that's what former councilman Harry Gagliardi was saying, and I trusted his judgment on that. So, you know, I wish that we had followed through with that process, but I do think that what we heard in those conversations was is embodied by Chief Sullivan, in that he is interested in community. He wants to make sure that the force is diverse, and I think that he is a really good champion for Hamden, and we really need a leader right now for our police force, and so I look forward to supporting him tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Horsley. Ms. Wetmore.
Thank you. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
I have to say, I really don't have any questions. I'm just honored to be voting for you tonight. I think you've proved yourself over and over again since you've been acting chief. So people that have said that it's taken a long time and that we're rushing into this, I don't feel we are. I truly believe that if we'd done a nationwide search, we would not have found a better candidate. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wetmore. Mr. Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. To Councilwoman Horsley's point, it's been years since any women officers have been promoted. So if you can speak to like what you will be doing differently to make sure that people, I am of the perspective that diversity doesn't just dissolve the issues. So you can hire as many Black officers, that doesn't mean institutional racism doesn't exist. But what are you doing to make sure that we're not just hiring people, but that they have the opportunity to move up the ranks?
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, what we try to do is we try to educate all of our personnel. We send them to, we have in-house training, but then we send them to outside training. We send our officers all over the country to train, sometimes all over the world, so they can better themselves and be ready to move up in the ranks here. We actually tomorrow we just finished a promotional process, and we will have the list certified hopefully tomorrow at the Civil Service Committee. We do have rules that Civil Service does have. We have a rule of 3. But with the hiring practices that we've had since 2007, I believe that you're going to see more females and minority officers that are going to be starting to be promoted to ranks higher up in this department.
In terms of, this has been a contention with community members in the past, that people have been approved off of expired lists. So how are we going to make sure that we're making sure that everyone, there's no contention on why someone.
Sorry, I missed the last half of that, Mr. Farmer.
How do we make sure that we don't end up with expired lists in the future? And how do we make sure that there is little contention in terms of promotions of officers, as people found contention with the expired list to promote people as problematic? So if you can.
I work very closely with personnel to make sure that the process is done properly. And if a list is expired, then we would move on and do a promotional process like we just did for all ranks. So all of our ranks now, as of tomorrow, will have lists in place for promotion. So we have all good lists and no lists that are expired, no old lists. And these lists get, I believe, every 6 months, Civil Service will be resubmitted to Civil Service and evaluated.
In terms of, and we've talked about this in the past, in terms of discipline moving forward, how will we promote transparency? You know, I've had this conversation with you multiple times that we've probably had a dozen retirements in years due to discipline. And I take contention with people who, in some ways, could be fired, retiring out. So how are we going to have transparency that there are consequences for misconduct and that it's clear to the community that an officer has abused their responsibilities and they are being punished, or they are showing that they're going to change what they did to make sure that it's in alignment with what we want to see through our community policing efforts.
So I believe in accountability for our officers. Like I said before, I have a background in ethics and integrity for quite a few years. A lot of those cases I'm familiar with that you're talking about were officers, we did an investigation and then the officer retired abruptly. But we have to live within our collective bargaining agreement. We do have, in 2022, we have a collective bargaining agreement that's expiring. And there is some language that I'd like to see changed, the administrative side, when it comes to a discipline and discharge.
Mayor Lang, oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you wanted to chime in there. I think two different questions here tonight, whether you are qualified to be the chief and the process of which we should go through. And I think there's a lot of pertinent questions that might not be answered tonight, getting to you're qualified. We know that you're qualified, but the issues, how are you going to handle those issues? Well, I want to know how you as a chief are going to handle issues, as we've had officers use and sell drugs. We've had officers threaten to call ICE on community members. We had officers who've put 10-year-olds in handcuffs. We've had police chases. We've had a multitude of issues which you as chief are going to have to shoulder. And I'm not so much concerned about your character, but I'm more concerned about how we move forward as a community. I appreciate the effort to have these conversations, but I'm concerned in the sense of how are we doing training differently? The program that we did or are doing through the Department of Justice, we literally cannot talk about racial inequality or racism or structural racism. So how are we inoculating ourselves against these issues?
Well, I'm not going to talk about individual personnel issues, but when I came into the position as acting chief on July 1, we had quite a few open internal affairs investigations that I adjudicated. They were given stiff penalties, I believe, most of them. I also believe in positive discipline when you talked about training. So I'm a big believer in positive discipline and retraining officers when it's needed. We purchased Lexipol, which is an online training that we can do in the COVID era. It's tough to get personnel to training. So when we purchased that online training, we did have some officers that we were able to get retraining as part of their discipline, which was on top of some more stricter discipline that was given. Like I said, I'm not going to get into individual personnel issues, but I am a disciplinarian. I believe in accountability. So when I adjudicate an investigation that's investigated comprehensively and thoroughly by my ethics and integrity unit, then I am up to the task of holding them accountable and disciplining them.
No, I appreciate that. I guess my question and concern is how are we making that, how are we making the community aware of a situation happens that requires discipline and it's not talked about, then to put that officer back in the community without having that dialogue, I feel is a misstep. So how are we educating we put out blasts all the time when people commit crimes. This person has done something bad and this is what they've done. So I'm asking you, how are we making it transparent to the public? If an officer has misstepped and they require discipline, how are we informing the public of what happened and how, granted, there's certain situations that you can't talk about, but in generality, how are we making the public aware of these things?
Like you said, in general, we usually can't talk about personnel matters, specific ones. But when there is an internal affairs investigation, there is some communication with our ethics and integrity unit and the community members that are involved in the case.
So there is no dialogue with the public.
So there's dialogue with the persons and complainants involved in the investigation.
Last question that I think I'll ask, a last slew of questions. In terms of dealing with undocumented individuals, what is our department's policy in terms of dealing with undocumented community members?
We don't come across it very often. If there's a teletype, we would probably let that agency know. And that's probably the extent of it as far as we're concerned. If there's anything that they need from us, then we would probably allow the resources to be used for that situation.
So we actively cooperate and work with ICE.
I don't want to say we actively, it's very rare for us to be in situations like that. If we do get called a teletype, we will send it to the agency.
Is there plans to do racial sensitivity training?
Yes, we have a lot of training that we do. We have fair and impartial policing that we're going to be doing soon. A lot of the training, again, with that Lexipol, has hundreds of training classes in that area. With post certifications for each officer, it's a 3-year process that an officer needs to be certified, and they need credits in those areas.
In terms of police chases?
Point of order, there's a 3-minute limit, please, to questions, 2 bites at the apple, 3 minutes. I believe that's time has come and gone.
Thank you, Ms. Bondi's. This is Mr. Farmer's second bite. We don't really have a 3-minute rule per se. But Mr. Farmer, if you could kind of wrap it up, as other folks have, I'm sure have questions and comments too.
I will try to do my best. I think I'm making the point about the process. Many of these questions would probably be answered through a hiring process. So I'm doing my due diligence for my constituents to make sure to ask the questions that they want to hear. I apologize for the time. I will not apologize for the questions. In terms of, I think the biggest thing, the police accountability bill, there's been much contention around this. So how are you communicating with the community about the new changes around the police accountability bill? And how will you implement those changes? We've spoken in the past about some of the things, certifications through posts. So if you can briefly share that with us.
A lot of the accountability bill really doesn't affect our department too much. A lot of it we were already doing. We already do have body cameras. We do have to add in-car body cameras when we do that. We already have a drug testing policy. It's part of the certification now, an officer's 3-year certification. So that becomes part of that. The changes and the use of force policy, really no changes to our policy. So there's not a lot from the accountability bill that has adversely affected us. I just sent a feasibility study with the impact of social workers responding to certain police calls to post. So we will embrace that. I think it just needs to be done in a proper manner. The police accountability bill, the only thing that I worry about with accountability bill for the town of Hamden is that it brings some added costs to us with mental health evaluations, with drug testing, and the in-car cameras. That's my only concern with the bill.
Well, concern in terms of budget cost or concern about the practices?
The budget costs, not with the practices.
Okay, I want to be clear. I didn't want to put words.
Absolutely.
The last thing being overtime. Theft is a crime. We know this. We have limited resources. Overtime has been a bone of contention for some time. So how are we going to bring down comp time? How are we going to bring down overtime? The more resources we put in the police department is an investigatory uh, 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 department. They are not trained social workers. They are not elderly services. They are not equipped to deal with these things. So how are we going to get those costs down so that we can have money for wraparound services to make all of our jobs easier?
I just today prepared my monthly update year over year. We're 6 months into the fiscal year. We've saved just under $164,000 in overtime compared to last year. We've done that through deploying our resources in different ways. We have limited the amount of comp time that officers have. We did have a little uptick in crime. So we did add some added officers during the holiday, in the holiday season to keep our community members safe. But still, we're still doing, I think, as best we can by keeping the overtime costs down. In the past, I know there's been a lot of contention about officers being involved in food and toy drives. The officers that were involved in it this year were either on their regular schedule or they volunteered their time. So we are trying to do the best we can. But I think almost 164,000 over 6 months is a pretty good start.
I appreciate that number. More specifically, how are we going to keep down comp time?
We've limited the amount of comp time that we're given to officers by having officers do assignments on their regular time by manipulating their schedules for our benefit, for the administration's benefit. Another position that we just are trying out and seeing if it works is a nighttime headquarter processing booking officer, which he would be able to be deployed on the road if need be, if it gets busy. If we have a prisoner to be guarded, he could go and guard the prisoner instead of we use to hire overtime. So we're thinking of innovative ways that we can keep our overtime down by, again, just moving our resources and our personnel into different positions that historically we've given overtime for.
I appreciate it. Again, we have precious resources when they're used on other things like overtime unnecessarily. That is theft from the community on broader issues that we should be paying. I thank you. I'll let my colleagues ask you questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Ms. Shoemaker.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Chief Sullivan, thank you so much for being with us tonight. And thank you for your broad and encompassing vision for policing in Hamden, which has only gotten tougher over the last several years. And your willingness to step into leadership at this time is invaluable to us with the experience and the skills that you bring. You had my vote when you brought the DOJ project to town. My understanding is that you went out and recruited that for us. And it takes immense wisdom and confidence for a leader to ask for outside facilitation to come in and engage the whole community conversation about the work that you do. I hold that up as a symbol of the kind of leader that you will be for us in Hamden. And I look forward to enthusiastically voting for your appointment and taking the acting out of your title so that we can address you as chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shoemaker. Mr. Caesar.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the appointment of Chief Sullivan tonight as chief, having seen his work over many, many years in the police department. He's been basically in every single department. He really has a knowledge base of all the different training units there in the department. He knows the inside of everything going on there. Just a lot of experience that we would never get with an outside chief being appointed from somewhere else that we possibly could have went down that road. So I think that just having somebody with his expertise is a gift to the town of Hamden in terms of his knowledge base. Get his exemplary record, commendations, many, no blemishes, just a really dedicated servant to our town. And if people are worried about his character and his background and all of that, you can't find a better person for the job. So I think definitely he's an A+ for the town. I'll be supporting him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caesar. Mr. McDowell.
Thank you, and thank you for sticking with us, Chief. There's been a contentious debate about how to handle the rise in crime in town, and I know this is something we've already briefly discussed, but I want to flesh that conversation out. And forgive me if this is repetitive, but can you lay out broadly your plans for addressing that increase in crime, specifically property crime and property crime, both violent and non-violent, which we have seen an increase in as of late?
We, like I said earlier, we increased our patrols. We thought it was pertinent. I know we do want to be fiscally smart with the money that we spend, but we thought it was a good time to increase patrols. And I know it's going to cost a little money, but we thought it was appropriate at this time. We've worked with our block watchers, and I think the question came up of vigilantes versus vigilance. We want vigilance. We want them to be our ears and eyes and let us do our job. We worked with local businesses to make the areas that they have shopping centers safer for our community members. I've collaborated with local towns, in particular New Haven. We meet with them on a regular basis. Deputy Chief Kizak has intelligence meetings on a regular basis with the New Haven Police Department. I've met with the chief and the mayor, along with our mayor, to discuss some collaborations that we can look forward to in the future. We've come crime prevention sign that we actually just started putting out today. We just got them in recently. We have changed officers' shifts. We have taken personnel from the Detective Bureau and put them on different shifts. Same thing with our street interdiction team, same thing with our community officers, and same thing with some of our patrol officers as well. We've used some technology that we have to help us with these crimes. We have made some arrests, but we still are seeing some crime that is a little disturbing, especially with the violence with guns. So, we need to do a better job of working with the youth in this community. So, we're trying everything that we can think of, and we're open to suggestions. If anybody in the community has suggestions, I believe the SBCP Council is having their first meeting January 19th. So I would love to get the input from that group. And I'm sure that's going to be one of the major topics that they speak about, and that they'll be bringing back ideas and solutions to myself and my department.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. I appreciate you elaborating on that. Again, I know that some of that was repetitive, and I do appreciate that. Do you feel that those actions and what you and your team have been doing to address this increase in crime, do you feel it is going to result in a reduction of this crime? And what do you believe we need to be doing in order to see a reduction in this crime?
Well, all these measures that I just spoke of is what we're doing. Are they working? It seems to be. Over the weekend, it was besides earlier in the weekend, I think it was Thursday or Friday, we had some incidents, but besides that, it was for us, a very quiet weekend. So hopefully the measures that we are taking we're starting to reap some of the benefits from it. And we do have some other ideas that the command staff is talking about that we can implement. We're waiting to see how these measures work. Right now, we feel like they are working. So we're going to continue with them at this point. And if we need to implement further measures, then we will do that.
Those other measures that you said you and your team are thinking through, can you share any of those at this point or not yet?
I'd like to some of them are measures that I would not like to speak out right now, but I could talk to you about them.
Okay. Cool. No, I appreciate your honesty. I guess another question I have for you is a lot of what we heard in our testimony that we've received, folks in town, many folks in town feel as though the police department has had their hands tied by the legislative council, the mayor, state legislators, take your pick. There has been various comments to that effect. I think it's important that we can have a dialogue about that, and that if you feel at any point like you are being hampered in doing your job, if your team is being hampered, that we can have that conversation, have that dialogue, and you can let us know what you need to move forward. So could you take a moment to let me know if you feel it is accurate that you and your department's hands have been tied? And if so, what do you need from us in order to get there and to be able to do the job? It sounds like you feel like you are all doing a good job and working on your way towards reducing this crime. But I want to address that comment specifically, because if there's something we are doing to tie your hands, it's important we can have that conversation and figure it out.
The lawmakers make the laws. As law enforcement, we enforce the laws. So I don't want to say they tie our hands. They give us the boundaries that we are to abide by. And that's what we're doing. If you do not abide by those rules, then officers would be getting themselves in trouble. And if they're doing something that is not within the realm of what the lawmakers have put forth. So we don't make the laws, we enforce them. So I have heard that our hands are tied. Is there some questions about the laws that the legislators have made? I'm sure, but that's beyond me. The Chief Police Association does address some of that. I'm a new member there as an acting chief. I hope to have more input and to learn more from them of dealing with legislators and the laws that are actually passed.
I just want to, I appreciate that answer. I just want to, in your role as acting chief, looking at that as a, as you're diving into being a chief, right? You've been a chief, but acting to permanent chief. You do not feel as though there's anything the legislative council should be doing or should not have done that has hampered you from doing your job?
Oh, our personal legislative council. I thought you meant legislators.
Well, I mean, folks have blamed state legislators for right. That comment has been right there, right? It's blank has tied the hands of the PD, right? And that blank has been filled with a lot of different assertions, right? So what I'm asking is, do you feel as though that remark is accurate? And if so, what would you hope to see differently as chief?
As a department head now, the resources that I'm giving, that's what I work with. Would I like to have more, just like every other department head? Of course. We could probably do more with more resources. I do understand the fiscal restrictions that we have here in Hamden. So I know everybody supports us. So we will do the best with the resources we have. We have budget season coming up. I'll probably be asking for more resources. It comes down to a fiscal decision that is made by the legislative council. You guys have very, very tough decisions to make fiscally when you are giving resources to the departments of this town. But having said that, what I am given, I will do my best along with the members of this department to keep this town safe.
Thank you. I appreciate your acknowledgement that this will be an extraordinary budget season coming up. Could you maybe flesh that out a little bit and tell me specifically what resources you feel are tight at this point?
Well, I sent you correspondence on vehicles. We do need vehicles, and it's something that's we're trying to do fiscally smart. We're looking into a leasing program that would be the smartest fiscally for the town. We will probably bring that to the council as a way to rebuild our fleet. We haven't had cars in quite a while, and it's getting to a critical junction and a critical situation, especially with the winter just beginning. So that would probably be my main thing that I would like. Also, it's always nice to have more personnel. But then again, I do know the fiscal situation that we're in. But those would be the two main things that I would be looking for as far as resources for my department.
Okay. I mean, as you know, we haven't seen a capital project in front of the council in over 2 years at this point. So cars would go there, not for budget season. But, I appreciate you taking the time to flesh that out a little bit. The last thing that I have for you is that we opened this meeting this evening saying that, a legacy of racial, inequality does exist, right? And we acknowledge that when we opened this meeting. We acknowledge that when we passed a resolution acknowledging the shooting of Stephanie and Paul. We acknowledge that when we declared racism a public health emergency. So we in Hamden as a body, we have declared that these things exist and that they are causing harm. And it seems like there is a lot of people butting heads about what to do about that or how to handle, or whether they disagree or agree on particular life experiences. It's a particularly difficult time to be stepping into the role of chief right now. And so I want to ask you, and again, I know this is something that you've been asked already, but I think this is tangential and I think it's important. How, I think there's two parts to this question. The first is communication, communicating with a community that it's not always as easy as social media, right? And it's no longer as easy as putting something in the paper anymore either, right? It's a little bit more complicated these days. So I think communication and staying in touch with the community is critically important. So I want to ask you a little bit about that, but specifically around the pervasive legacy of racial inequality as it was mentioned again at the open of this meeting. What steps do you believe the police department has? What obligation do you think you have, and how do you expect to move forward in addressing that? How do you intend to balance that?
Well, first of all, my thought is everyone is equal, and we will treat everyone equal. This department trains. We send our officers to training on issues like this, and we take it serious. I have not seen in our ethics and integrity complaints anything that makes me too nervous regarding those statements, but it is something that we take serious, that we look at on a daily basis. And we do try to communicate with our entire community. So, training is part of it, communicating with the public, and just not accepting that type of behavior from any of our officers, and accountability for anyone that does.
Okay. I appreciate that. I want to, if you don't mind, just real quick, the communication end of it, right? Because I know that was a weird two-part question. It is incredibly difficult to communicate at this point, right? Not everybody gets a paper, not everybody's on social media. So how do you handle that, right? Because handling the crime that we've been seeing in town, and again, the other number of issues that you'll have to address as chief, what sort of communication strategies do you intend to take in addressing that and making sure the community knows, number one, what the police department is doing to address these issues, and number two, regular, obviously, updates to what the issues are that we are dealing with?
We communicate in so many different ways here. Some of them that you talked about with press releases, press conferences. We have a social media. But what we really are trying to have our officers do through a community effort is engaging with the community in one-on-one basis. You know, getting into the community, walking through neighborhoods, meeting the people in the community, speaking with them about all kinds of issues. Our officers go in. I encourage them to go into businesses and speak to the business owners and to see what they need, any needs they have on the police department. So we are trying to communicate in every way that we can. We have block watches that are growing. Detective Dolan does a great job with our block watch program. We will be doing, I believe on the 11th, an open forum where we'll be taking questions from the community. So we make ourselves accessible as we can and as transparent as we can with the community. I think the SPCP is another way that we communicated with the community. We reached out to a broad spectrum of membership from the community. I think it's just it's in the initial stages. The first half of the SBC program, I think, went really well. And now the SBC Council will be meeting. And they're going to be able to communicate with our department on a lot of different issues. And whatever, we know there's going to be tough topics just like this one. But, we're willing to talk. We're willing to communicate. We're willing to engage. And we're willing to partner with everybody in the community.
Okay. I don't want to hold up further conversations. I know that colleagues have their hands up. The only thing I'll remark or respond to at this stage is that there aren't complaints that stick out or are alarming at this stage. Because there have been conduct issues, especially over the last couple of years, that have stuck out. And we talk about moving things forward in a meaningful way that is to the benefit of the community, to the benefit of the department, to the benefit of the town. And yet we still have those folks working on the force, right? And so that's not only and the issues were already mentioned. So I don't want to sit here listing off issues. I think we all know what we're talking about here. But there's been over a dozen over the last 3 years, maybe 3.5. And so there are things that we have to think seriously about and how we're going to address, and whether we can move forward on those issues with those individuals still on the department patrolling our streets, because they don't adequately represent what we are trying to do in keeping our community safe. So I think that's a serious thing. I don't want to put you on the spot in terms of responding to specific issues, but there are specific instances that we have to figure out because those individuals are still on the force. Either their disciplinary recommendation was rejected or reduced by the commission, or there was never any disciplinary action recommended in the first place. And so that's a concern and something we're going to have to reckon with moving forward. But I want to let conversation continue before I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Ms. Baez.
I just want to say that I'm not asking questions of Acting Chief Sullivan. I just want to make a statement about the process here. I was a member, as Councilwoman Horsley stated, of the chief search with input and transparency, Chief of Police Input and Transparency Committee. Or I should say I am a member, because I don't know if we ended pretty abruptly. In the summer of 2019, we very quickly got to having public meetings and putting together a job description that was complete in August. But that work was never solidified or posted as was promised. Instead, we were told in November that we had a chief installed. A year and a half has passed since that job posting was made. And I would think if the administration has made a priority of stability, which was the name in which we stopped our search before, then they would have made redesigns and made input and created changes to that job description that our leader, our mayor, has said that they were supposedly making since August of 2019. I cannot in good conscience vote yes on this appointment when I believe that we have not made it a full-hearted or transparent and competitive search for a chief of police. I think that everyone understands that competition is important when we want to find the cream of the crop. And Chief Sullivan here may well be our cream of the crop, but I believe Hamden is worth competing over. We should be able to see and be a part of a search and understand transparency, and at the very least, dip into the applications and understanding the applications that we had already received when this search was open multiple times and closed without really validly looking at these applications. So again, I want to say competition is something that Hamden is worth. With that being said, today we are looking to choose and vote for one of the most important, arguably one of the most important positions in our town of Hamden. I think we all understand that. But at the same time, we're doing that without equal representation from the 2nd district. And as a council person at large, I think I'd be remiss not to mention that. We are missing a council person. We are missing a voice. And those people in that district are not equally represented here tonight. This administration is on its 2nd chance to fix a wrong that was done a year and a half ago. And by wrong, I mean lack of transparency, lack of input, lack of follow through. This is the 2nd chance that they could have fixed something that a problem that was made in the name of stability. A year and a half ago, we said, because of stability, we're going to put in our chief. Now we are here again with different problems where the first ones were not solved. And again, we are making a not transparent and very quick decision without true and equal representation in the name of stability. When? How are we going to keep our word to our residents, to each other, when we promise to make a transparent and true process? I cannot in good faith, in good conscience, I can't sit here and say that this is okay when we all were there when those promises were made. So tonight, I will be voting no. And again, I think this has been said many times that this isn't about the individual. This is about the process, and this is about the promise that we've made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baez. I just put myself on the list following your comments. The only thing I can say is, well, I can't speak to That committee process, I believe we all know that it was incredibly flawed, but it was also not our process. The only thing I can speak to is, being down a council person. This is not unprecedented, and it has happened sadly quite a few times over the past 6 or 7 years. And the business of the town must continue. It might sound cold-hearted to say so, but it simply must. We cannot not make decisions when there's a vacancy. We must continue. I would also say that the people of the second are represented by 6 at-large people, including yourself. That is why this system has, I'm sorry, Ms. Bias?
I'll let you finish.
Well, but that is why this system is in place. It has a fail-safe in our structure that there are people who represent the entire town. And also, there are folks in leadership who can be contacted, who are also member district representatives, but who also, and frankly, we all represent the entire town, although we are specific to districts, 9 of us. So although it would be best if we had a full complement, it's just simply not always the way it is. It was not that way when Al Gorman passed. It was not that way when Kennelly passed. It wasn't that way when Mike passed. It was not that way when Harry passed. It's sad, but it is a truism that we have to carry on. So that's all I have to say about that. Ms. Myers, if you want to reply.
No, I made my statement.
Thank you. Ms. Gary?
Hello, everyone, and to the acting chief Sullivan, I have a question. When we speak of crime going up in the neighborhood, in Hamden, and all the things that you said you put in place to not go over overtime or whatever, because we know that these are trying times and a lot of people are not working. There's a lot of discomfort everywhere. If crime was to go up, way more than it is today, what do you have in place for that? What would you have in place for that?
Well, I went over the measures that we have in place right now. Hopefully, the crime does not increase. That's the goal. If it does increase, I have a command staff that we will have to come together, come up with some new ideas. But the safety of the members of this community is at the utmost importance to us. We would deploy other resources. If we had to deploy more resources, like I said, we've done a very good job with the overtime. But if crime increased and we had to increase our patrols, then that is something that we would do. We have some other ideas that that I'd rather not make public. So in trying to combat some crime, just preventative ideas that we have.
So you say you have some things that you do have in place, but you don't want to speak on them. Is it because they're not all the way thought out, or is it because
No, they're thought out. I just don't want the criminal element to know what we're doing.
Oh, I do know that crime is up in the neighborhood. I mean, and I keep saying neighborhood, I mean in Hamden, but yes. I do see crime is going up, and I see that there's a lot of theft and all that. And unfortunately, I hope not, but I do believe that crime will continue to go up. And I'm not going to say that part. Forget that. I just want, I want our constituents, the people that voted us in, I want them to be heard. And when they did the transparency meetings and stuff like that, we should have been able to look at other applicants. And I have nothing against you. You probably do fit the bill, but I do think that there should have been a different process. So, and like Ms. Baez said, I can't vote yes to this, and not because of you, it's because of the process that didn't take place properly. And I think it's complete. completely wrong to people in our communities. It's completely wrong because we never had a chance to look at something else. We just went with this. And not that, you're not suitable, because you may be. But I can't vote no to this, but you probably would be voted in. It seemed like you got a lot of support here. So I would be a no vote tonight. Because I don't really understand what the process is. I don't even understand why it's being rushed. I think it's being rushed, why it can't wait. We can't wait to make this decision. But yeah, I'll be a no vote tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Gary. Ms. Lewis.
Good evening, everyone. I will be voting yes the chief tonight. I think Chief Sullivan is an honorable man, and I think there are processes, yes, but I don't think that has anything to do with the chief. So I appreciate everything that he has done since he became acting chief, and the things that he has to put in place to counteract what's going on as it relates to an uptick in crime. And it's not just Hamden that has that uptick, it's nationwide. And so we need to look at that as well and say it's not going to take a silver bullet at all. It's something that we have to work on, and it's probably related to COVID and all of those things. But for me tonight, it is a yes. I have never called the chief and asked him about anything, about staffing, about hiring, and what would it take to hire to make sure we have Black, brown individuals on staff. And he has totally took the time to explain that for me. So I appreciate everything that you continue to do for Hamden, Chief. You've been in the police force in Hamden for a number of years. And it's not going to take one day or one person to make changes. We have to move forward, and we just need to stop looking back. If we keep on looking back, we'll stumble and fall because we'll not be able to see where we're going. I appreciate everything you do. Again, I will be voting yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Mr. Weber.
Thank you, President McGarity. I've been working on trying to get my camera straightened out since the start of the meeting, and I just gave up. So forgive me for not being able to see me. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
He said his cameras.
I first want to thank the chief for coming and answering the questions, and congratulations on your appointment. There's quite a bit of community support for you, and it sounds like there's quite a bit of community support for you on this council as well. I certainly understand why that would be, considering your vision and how you look to, community partner and all the different initiatives that you look to set forth. I have had, really good interaction with you personally. You've been reasonable, flexible, and most importantly, willing to listen. And so I'm gonna, I want to just commend you on that. And so, but I have a, bunch of questions. I'm like a new guy, and I'm just trying to understand, the process. I'm just trying to just understand the history and the process, and some of the precedents, and that some of the precedents that we're going to set moving forward, and some of the past practices. And so I want to ask, some questions as it relates to some of those, kind of things. Some of these questions may not be directed towards you, Chief. Maybe Mayor Lane or Walter Morton can, chime in if need be. So I was listening to Ms. Baez and, her impassioned statement. And as many of you know, my grandmother just recently died. She would say, trust is hard to gain. It takes seconds to lose and years to repair. I would certainly, and as it relates to law enforcement, I certainly believe that's true. And so like this process, and like, you know, like I keep hearing like, you know, and it started kind of with Mayor Lane, and he spoke about, you know, focus on the man. And, you know, there's plenty of community, you know, comments around like what a great person you are. So I want you to know that I believe all of those community comments, and not the process. And there seems to be like a flaw with not like checking into the process, because the process could be flawed to the tune of systematic racism. It could be flawed in something that's not equitable, something that may not be fair. And so we should check into the process. I certainly believe that to be the case. So I just want to just check in and just ask a few questions. Mayor Lane had mentioned that, you know, next time we'll do it right. The next time we'll do it right. And so I'm curious about, well, what did we do wrong? What was meant by that? What did we do wrong in this process?
Well, sorry for your loss, Councilmember Weber. The process is not something that I deal with specifically. My qualifications, my record, and just my job. I come in every day since July 1 as the acting chief, and I do my job. I'm in charge of a lot of things here at the police department, and sometimes I don't think people understand it's just not the police department that we're in charge of. I'm in charge of our IT personnel. I'm in charge of our custodian personnel. I'm in charge of our administrative and record technicians. I'm in charge of our animal control officers. I'm in charge of our central communications. I'm in charge of our traffic department. I am the traffic authority for the town. I'm in charge of our crossing guards, as well as the police department. And I need to know all of those. Every single one of them have different contracts. And those are contracts that I have learned over my 25-year career. So my job is to come in every day, do my job, make sure that the citizens of this town are safe, all 6,000 plus, and make sure that the men and women of this department, 100 of them are properly equipped and trained, and to go home safe at the end of the night. That's all that I work every day. It's a 24-hour, 7 days a week job. And that's my concern, and that's what I do. As far as a process, that's not something that I'm privy to. So maybe the administration can answer that question better than myself, but that's where I am at with that.
I thank you for that, and I think you've done a great job ensuring that your men and women get home safely, and I think that's all of our current concern, and we share that with you. You had spoke about, and certainly I'll give the administration an opportunity to answer that question, but you spoke about contracts, and so like through the public comments, there's a lot of questions about contracts, right? And so was there ever an opportunity for you to enter into a contract agreement, employment agreement with the city of Hamden?
That's up to the administration. They, I guess, had to make a decision between an appointment and a contract. That's not something, again, not something that I make the decision on. That would be the administration.
Would you be for, if it was presented to you, would you be for a contract?
I was appointed, so that's what I'm worried about right now. If the administration came to me with something else, then I would have to consider it. But right now, I'm as an appointment before this council, and that's the decision made by the administration. And they would probably be the better to answer those questions, I think, than myself.
And Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Weber, we do have Mayor Lang has indicated he would be willing to answer this question. Mayor Lang, Mr. Weber, We'll have Mayor Lang speak to your questions.
Thank you.
Mayor Lang? Mayor Lang, we are not hearing you if you are speaking.
Well, Mick, just in the interim, can I just ask a question? Because I was under the impression, and Chief Lane, I'm not trying to put you on the spot around these, but I think these questions are pretty important. But I was under the impression that we were going to have a scenario tonight where someone spoke about the benefits of a contract for the city versus not having a contract. Did I misunderstand that?
I did ask the administration to be able to speak to that. Yeah, like why an appointment versus a contract? If there is, what are the benefits? What are the downsides to both? So I don't know if someone from the administration would be wanting to speak to that, or just sort of speak to what the protections are, what the ramifications are of an appointment versus a contract. So I know Mr. Morton or Ms. Gruen, know if one would like to speak to that.
Mr. Council President, I can certainly speak to the business decision side as far as why the mayor wanted to go the route of an appointment. He saw, at least in this case, to go the route of the appointment because historically, department heads like this and others have largely been by appointment, and that's been the norm. It was really an outlier in the town's history that in particular police chief did receive a contract. There were particular circumstances that were different with Chief Cappiello that wanted a contract, but in this case, acting Chief Sullivan was more than content with accepting the job as an appointment, as is, not looking for any change or looking to negotiate anything. He was content to go forward with the appointment. The mayor thought he was the man for the job, as he stated earlier in his statement, and just sought to go forward with the process that our charter describes for appointments and filling this position in the manner that's again most congruent with our charter, which is him sending down an appointment to council.
If I remember correctly, Mr. Morton, wasn't it also with Chief Cappiello that it was an agreed upon term, like it was a shorter term?
And Chief Cappiello's contract, and I don't know all the ins and outs, but there was a length that was included in the contract in a date at which the contract expired and would need to be renewed or extended. And again, when you get into a situation, if the mayor decided to go the route of a contract for Chief Sullivan, acting Chief Sullivan, he would have to agree, as well as the mayor and council, and what exactly is in that contract. So it's kind of open-ended. So I know some folks ask, well, why not a contract, or what would be in a contract? It really would depend on what would be negotiated. It's a hypothetical in that situation. So it could be one thing, it could be many things you can kind of negotiate, in that contract. But as stated before, the mayor was happy to send down Chief Sullivan as an appointment, and the chief was happy with that as well.
Okay.
But part of what Mr. Webb was asking was, about sort of contracts versus appointments in kind of, the gestalt. What protections are afforded to appointed positions versus contracts and vice versa.
Right. And Ms. Gruen, who's our town attorney, could give a little more detail, because I asked her a similar question earlier today, and she provided that, there are, in the case of police chief, if he with an appointment, there are certain statutory protections or things that dictate the job, if you will. Now, if the town did go the route of a contract, it depends on if those particular things laid out in statute would still be relevant, because it would depend on what exactly is negotiated in the contract. Anything could theoretically be negotiated, and if both parties agree to it, then you have a contract that would then be executed. So it's again, I don't know what would be in the contract that could potentially or could have been negotiated between the mayor and Chief Sullivan and then sent down to council for approval. But the town attorney, if I said anything out of turn there, if you want to provide any details, that was what was explained to me. Is it depends on what would be in that contract. Seeing as how we don't have a contract before us to kind of compare exactly. If that answers Councilman Weber's questions or gives some insight.
Yeah, so not having a contract before us like leads me to like just wonder, then what are the terms? Is it just ambiguous, or like how does it now work?
Well, right now, Mr. Weber, there's no contract before us to consider. There was no if the mayor wanted to go the route of a contract versus an appointment, he would have first negotiated a contract that he agreed to and that acting Chief Sullivan agreed to, and then sent it down to council. Now, absent that, it's just an appointment, and essentially Chief Sullivan's appointment is for the salary as posted. He has the statutory protections as determined by the state, and he would be, if he so chose, would be the chief until the age of 65, or if he decided to retire prior to that. So that's the conditions right now of his appointment as is.
Oh, so okay, so the mayor spoke about protections for the chief, and so he had said against a rogue mayor or a rogue council, and that was protections for the chief. I certainly understand that, and I think he absolutely should have that. But what are the protections for the city from let's say, I certainly won't say a rogue because I don't want to attach any negativity to the chief's name. But let's just say the chief started to suffer from Alzheimer's. And over time, over let's say over a year, there were some, like behaviors that were, we couldn't really put our finger on. But let's say that did happen. What would be our protections? That's the city protection.
Well, Ms. Gruen might be able to explain this better, but my understanding is that, there is the state statute, the just cause. And it is a high standard. I'm not going to, downplay it, but there is the just cause statute that does allow for the removal of police chief for inappropriate conduct. Although I'm not, inappropriate, I don't want to put quotes around that because I don't know the exact wording. But that is the safety valve in that regard. So that I don't know if Ms. Gruen wants to chime in on that, but that is the just cause statute, and it applies. I believe it applies to the fire marshal, the building inspector, and the fire chief as well, because these are positions that could require some autonomy. It could be subject to undue pressure from political folks like ourselves or the mayor or other people when it comes time for a contract. So there's a reason that there are some that are appointments, and I believe that's part of it, that you don't want a chief who is subject to the political will of a body at all times, because there's a possibility for undue pressure. So I don't know, Ms. Gruen, I don't know if you would like to chime in, or Mr. Morton.
No, I think you explained it. I think it's important for the council to know that the protections afforded to the police chief are not unique. As Council President McGarry illustrated, the fire chief is afforded the same protection as are the fire marshals. And the building official has a 4-year protection by way of the statute. And I would prefer not to comment on a situation that involves medical. But if there was a reason that a proceeding needed to commence requiring a termination, that is afforded to the police chief. It's a constitutional process. It's a procedural due process of notice and steps that have to be taken in order to terminate any of those four public safety officials.
You know, I thank you, Attorney Gruden. I only asked that question just because around Alzheimer's, just because my other grandmother had Alzheimer's, and before we knew something was wrong with her, she had like burnt some pots up and some microwaves. She did a bunch of things that was just uncharacteristic. And so that's the only reason I put that, out there in terms of Alzheimer's and medical. The other question I have, and since we're talking about it, I was wondering about other police contracts in our district, like comparables, or not, I'm sorry, not in our district, but in our state, comparables to, the size of our town. So like Merritt, so I was, looking at the public comments, and I'm looking at Meriden, Fairfield, Bristol, Danbury, East Haven, Stanford, Trumbull, New Haven, and Bridgeport. Their police chiefs all have contracts. So they're subject to all the state laws that we are as well. And so I'm thinking, like, if the city might need protections from any type of on some kind of situation that happens with the chief, any chief. I'm just trying to figure out, like, why would other cities have, I'm sorry, other towns have, contracts, and then we not like do that. And here it is that, and then it's the transparency part of it. It's just, I would like, if the chief was confirmed, I would like to see our chief confirmed, like, with full community confidence, absolute full community confidence. And I think that, given that the Transparency and Inclusion Committee had not had an opportunity to fulfill its work, I feel like and from community comments and I think Ms. Bias said it best. She said, be the voice of your district. If our people are like, asking, like why and contracts and so forth, I just think it's, it's fair for us to ask those questions. So, so I'll stop right there, and maybe I see Mayor Lang coming in.
Mayor Lang, he's been kind of connecting for a little while there. I'm not sure. Mr. Weber, I don't think Mayor Lang is connected at this point. If there's any, Mayor Lang, are you available?
Mr. President, I can try to be. I've connected 3 times and disconnected, so we could give it an attempt.
Very good. So Mr. Weber had asked sort of about the thinking behind a appointment versus a contract, as well as transparency in the process. So I don't know if you wanted to speak to that.
Certainly on the contract, versus appointment process, we had thought about a contract, and I have to give Acting Chief Sullivan a credit for this. I asked him about a contract, and he said, contract, appointment, 1-year contract, multi-year contract, whatever you want to give me is fine. If I perform, I will continue. If I don't, I won't. Either way, and that was meaningful. So we looked at doing a contract. The contract side of things is a little more complicated in Hamden because our town charter limits the time frame of contract to 3 years maximum. That's something I think that should be looked at by the Charter Revision Commission, possibly making it 4 or 5 years, maybe with a supermajority vote or something of that nature. Every police chief in history, with the exception of the 2 that needed it for specific reasons, have been done by regular appointment. And the regular appointment gives a chief both the time and the statutory power that is given to them by state law to act independently. And when you weigh the two sides of things, being straightforward, if we had the ability to do a 5-year contract, I might have leaned toward contract, but we don't have that capability. And in the absence of that, I thought the appointment was the better way to go for the department in the town.
Thank you, Mayor Lang. Mr. Weber, did you want further questions or comments?
Yeah, the transparency piece.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Lang. And also, Mr. Weber had questions about sort of the transparency. In fact, earlier on, Mr. Weber's comment was, since earlier, Mr. Lang, you said, well, next time let's do it right. And of course, using, I guess, like the transverse property. So what did we do wrong? And, how can we have that kind of transparency? And if I have not stated that correctly, Mr. Weber, please correct me.
They did.
I may have misstated as well. In a perfect world, the process that we started was a process that was worthy, and there was a goal to engage the community as much as possible in a way that we haven't before in the town's history, as far as I'm aware. Reality, in the form of events that have happened, and then now, thankfully, in the form of productive management and a result that you can see, has shown that, in my opinion, I think Chief Sullivan is the right man for the job. On paper, continuing the process of doing the recruitment committee and the transparency committee, because I, in full, good faith, think they were doing really, really good work. But I also think that that Chief Sullivan checks as many of the boxes as they had, or at least a good massive majority of them that we were trying to achieve in recruiting someone. So if you have someone that can do the job as a known quantity, why don't you take advantage of that as a municipality and not leave it up to chance of what you may or may not recruit? But I certainly respect the question and the thought process behind it.
Point of clarification.
Yes, Mr. Farmer?
The mayor said was a worthy pursuit. So if you can clarify on that, as was is past tense. So I guess I'm confused on why public input on transparency was a good idea. I don't want to misconstrue the intention of that statement.
I don't know if Mr. Lang is with us at this point. So I don't know, Mr. Farmer, but I'm pretty sure he was probably I'm sure transparency is still of value. Mr. Weber, further thoughts or questions, Mr. Weber?
Yes. And I'm sorry for taking up so much time, but I think it's like extremely important. And Chief, please don't take any offense to my questions. And as he said, right man for the job. All right, I agree. Right, I agree. But this is a process question again. How do we know that if we did not go through the entire process? Like how do we know that? Okay, yes, he appointed him, but we set out with a transparency, with a mission. He said, okay, he said that we put out recruits. We did recruitment. Was that a national search? Was that a state search? Was that a local search? How do we know that? How do we know if we didn't give other people an opportunity? And then furthermore, we spoke about women and people of color. Do we have those people in the pike? For promotions? Are those people actually would they have had an opportunity? Do we have enough women in the pike that could have been considered for the position as well? Or people of color, do we have that? And if not, how do we get to that point?
Mr. Member, as I stated earlier, 60% of our hiring since 2007 has been female or minority. So yeah, we do have a promotional process, testing process that we just did. The list hopefully will be, will go before civil service tomorrow. And we will see where everyone is on the list. So I hope in the very near future that we start seeing more minority and females get promoted into ranking positions. My first promotion as chief was a minority to a ranking position. So I do look forward to that, and I think this department will trend that way. And that's because of the practices that we've had in our hiring practices, that we will start to see future promotions as well for minorities and women in this department, which I look forward to being part of.
Thank you so much. I'm going to just yield my time back, but I just want to ask one last question around, do you support a civilian review board?
Do I support what?
The civilian review board.
The juvenile review board? Yes, I do. Yes.
Not a juvenile, a civilian review board.
Oh, civilian review board. I look as where our oversight is civilians, whether it's called the Civilian Review Board or a police commission. I have no distinction between the two. It's civilians that are oversight for our department. So I'm in favor of any oversight that we have.
Okay. I know I said that was my last question. I just want to sneak one more in, if you don't mind. That, like you're homegrown to Hamden, and like what's the name? I think that's like a definite use check in your box as becoming the permanent chief. Do you believe that we should have more cops that live in police officers that live in Hamden?
Absolutely. I actually think we should give points just like we give military points. We should give points to residential points in the testing process. I would like to see that happen.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Mr. McDowell.
Council President, seeing that the mayor is here, could he clarify?
Mr. Lang, there was a point of clarification. Mr. Farmer asked you used the phrase that transparency was important. And I assume, Mr. Farmer, you want to clarify that the past tense was is not what Mayor Lang was attempting to say?
Yeah, unless there was something and that has changed, I would like to understand.
Transparency is always important, of course. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Mr. McDowell.
Thank you. I wanted to, Mr. Morton made a comment earlier that it was not the intention of the administration to move forward at any point with a contract, but the initial letter we had at our last meeting referred to a contract, which means that at one point or another, the administration was considering a contract or moving forward with a contract at some point. Is that a fair assessment?
Mr. Councilman McDowell, if I'm allowed to clarify that, as we know now that memo and letter was sent down in error, there was a mistake. I mean, on a daily basis, the administration considers a lot of things, which is what the mayor did intimate, but there was never a point where there was a contract that we were actually going to send down and move forward with. So there's consideration given to a lot of things, but the majority of them don't actually materialize, and this is one of those instances.
But the letter had Mr. Sullivan's name on it. So that means that the letter was written in regards to Mr. Sullivan. And at some point there was an intention to associate a contract with the appointment of Chief Sullivan. Is that not a fair line of logic?
I stated before, there was a typo in the letter. A lot of times when these council documents are put together, They are usually sent early on in the process, and titles change, supporting documentation changes. And I happen to know in particular, a template was used from prior appointments that were actually the most prior appointment for police chief was Police Chief Capiello. And so that was used as a starting point to provide a template to put together the memo that you see tonight. So again, in that mistake that was made in the typo, you saw the word contract because if you remember, Police Chief Capiello was actually given a contract. So just starting with the template and then adjusting it and making it unique, there was some oversight on behalf of the administration, and we apologize, and the item was pulled and corrected and sent down appropriately as it should have been.
Point of clarification. Didn't the mayor talk about a contract with the chief? Didn't he just tell us that?
As I said, Mr. Farmer, he said that it was something that was considered early on, but
So I guess
Well, could we focus in? One, it's Mr. McDowell has the floor. And two, if we could focus in on, if there's questions for Acting Chief Sullivan. If you are so opposed to an appointment, that's one thing. But whether or not a contract is being considered at one point or another, I don't know how that reflects on Chief Sullivan. If you're opposed to appointing a chief, that is a decision for you to make.
The process that has or has not been followed, though, is incredibly relevant.
Not this particular part, no. I mean, the part about transparency, sure. But I mean, if you could ask some questions to Chief Sullivan about, policing or something.
I've asked plenty of questions
Get on the topic here.
Evening, and I don't have any concerns with his qualifications. I don't have any concerns about whether or not he is capable of leading the department. I think that that's clear. But as colleagues mentioned, there hasn't been a process that's been followed. It hasn't been transparent. Residents don't feel that they've had the ability to weigh in on it. It's supposed to be, as was mentioned prior, a civilian overseen department. And that hasn't happened here. And so to say that the process by which we make these decisions isn't pertinent to making those decisions.
You are absolutely deliberately misconstruing what I just said. We all know that the process with the Transparency Committee was incredibly flawed. It has been stated several times. And again, if you have a disagreement about the contract, state that and ask Chief Sullivan some questions, please. If that is a reason for you to vote no, that's a reason for you to vote no. So, but arguing over whether or not a contract was considered has nothing to do with Chief Sullivan's qualification. So please ask him some questions.
But again, it does have to do with the process, right? Because if the appointment wasn't ready, right? If we rushed the appointment because we did a ceremony 2 weeks ago and there was a contract that was supposed to come to us, but that contract never ended up coming to us because the contract was completed, not because it was a decision made not to have the contract.
Mr. McDowell, could you direct some questions to Chief Sullivan about his qualifications for the
I have
role?
a question.
But my last question, it's not to Chief Sullivan because I've already asked him the questions. My last question is the job description that was mentioned earlier this evening. What was that completed by the committee? And if so, where is that available to be seen?
Mr. Lang?
Thank you. The recommendation of a job description was sent forward to me, and I forwarded it to the personnel department. Personnel made a number of changes that actually changed the description in ways that I think were germane to the committee. And we went back and forth a few times to add things in and subtract things. And it became a bit of a problem because there was some typical HR language that was not congruent with the recommendations put forward by the committee, but I actually agree with the committee's recommendations. And we never finalized that before the Capiello contract.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Mr. Farmer, you have had 2 bites at this apple.
I am making a motion.
All right. Is there any other discussion on this matter, or Mr. Farmer, you wish to make a motion?
Yeah, I wish to make a motion to table.
Ms. Gruen, be technically to postpone, Mr. Farmer?
Correct. Table would mean to move it down the agenda to another, let another item proceed. Postpone would be to another meeting.
Correction. I appreciate that, Council President McGarry and Attorney Gruen. Motion to postpone.
There's a motion postponed. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Baez. Ms. Gruen, on a motion to table, there is no discussion. There's discussion on a motion to postpone?
There is discussion to when to postpone. Like you postpone to your next meeting, you postpone, you can discuss when to postpone to.
But there's no discussion discussing the merits of the postponement?
I believe the motion should be discussion on the when to postpone. That would probably include some discussion as to why you're postponing it to a particular date. So it isn't like a motion to table where there is no discussion.
Thank you for that clarification. Discussion then on the timing of the motion to postpone.
If I, as the maker of the motion, if I.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Farmer, as the maker of the motion, would you like to speak to the date as to when to postpone?
Yeah, I would like to postpone rather this conversation for a month, as I feel like after the holidays, we had a ton of comment, but we still have a ton of comment on. So it doesn't seem like those questions have come up. So between Wednesday and Monday, last Wednesday, and today being Monday, I haven't really heard clarification on most of those questions. So I think it would give enough time for public input as well as clarification to those questions.
Thank you. Ms. Wetmore.
I think we've postponed this long enough. This has been postponed for months. We're doing the chief a terrible injustice by keep doing this. I just don't understand why we are doing that, why we even want to do it. You're going to vote the same way, whether it's in a month or a week. So I will be against doing that.
Thank you, Ms. Wetmore. Mr. Caesar.
Yeah, I'm totally against postponing it as well, too. I agree with Councilwoman Wetmore. We've had months to deal with this. Also, if you look at the letters tonight, 12-1, 15-1 in favor of appointing the chief. They want this done. The Hamden residents do. They want to move this forward. They want to get this done. I'm against postponing it. Thank you.
Ms. Bonadies.
Thank you. I'm also against postponing this. The community did speak up loud and clear, and we should have been allowed to have the screen up like we have in previous council meetings for public input. That was a disservice to the chief and to everyone who's took the time to write a letter. I would have volunteered to scroll the comments for the benefit of this community and for everyone who's been sitting on this meeting for 3+ hours to hear. The community has spoken. Let's do the job we were sent here to do and vote for the chief. I would like to call the question. I actually attempted to do that, but nobody heard me. I would like to call the question.
So this is actually a call to question on the motion to postpone then.
Yes.
As that's on the floor. All right. This vote is to call the question on the motion to postpone. There is no discussion on call the question. So someone going to say roll call? I'm waiting for that. All right, let's see if we can do this verbal acclaim. All in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye.
Aye.
I'm counting 9. Opposed?
Opposed.
Ms. Gary, Mr. Weber,
Opposed.
Opposed.
all right, the question has been called. The question has been called is the motion to postpone. We shall have the vote. All in favor of the motion to postpone, please indicate by saying or showing aye.
Please,
Was there a roll call?
yeah,
Okay, roll call vote.
Do you need help, Mr. McGarry? Are you good?
In terms of the roll call,
Yeah.
Ms. Renta will actually,
Oh, okay. She's still here. Sorry, I didn't see her.
Ms. Renta, are you, everything okay, Ms. Renta?
Yeah, my head's about to literally explode.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kim.
Ms. Spires,
Yes.
this is to postpone the chief's appointment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Ms. Bonadies?
No.
Mr. Caesar?
No.
Klaus? Ms. Klaus?
No.
Ms. Stolen?
No.
Mr. Farmer?
Yes.
Ms. Gary?
Yes to postpone.
Ms. Horsley?
No.
Mr. McDowell?
No.
Ms. Roy Lewis?
no,
Ms. Shoemaker?
No.
Mr. Weber?
No.
Ms. Wetmore?
Ms. Wetmore?
Ms. Wetmore? I'm gonna mark her absent. Mr. McGarry?
No.
It fails with 3 in favor.
Okay, we return to our original motion, which is an order for the appointment of John Sullivan as Chief of Police. We've had much discussion. A lot of folks have had their 2 bites at the apple. Are there any other folks who would like to ask a question or make a statement? Mr. Weber.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir. And what would that be?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion on the appointment to include language that makes it contingent on passing a contract with a term of employment.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Gruen, can you help us out here?
What can I help you with? You had a councilman that made a motion. I think it was seconded.
They're seconded by Mr. Farmer. So this, I just want to make sure this is something that we could do.
Well, I think you can do it. I don't know what will happen as a result of your, if it's passed. I don't know that, I don't know that it works. You're making an appointment contingent on something that doesn't exist. And then if something that doesn't, if the parties can't come to an agreement, what happens? And then that contract would have to come back to the council pursuant to the charter. So from a procedural point, I don't know how we peel the layers back with that motion. I understand Councilman Weber's goal. I don't know how we get to that. If you approve it contingent on a contract, the contract has to come back to the council. So you essentially don't have an appointment. You're basically saying no in an indirect manner to the motion that's before you.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find a way forward here.
Yeah. I think,
Well,
you
I mean,
know,
do we just vote on this and see what
I
happens?
think you have a motion before you.
We have a motion on the floor, yeah.
And unless Mr. Weber, you know, amends his motion or withdraws it, you have something before the body that needs to be voted on.
Okay.
And like I said, I don't know what the outcome is. I don't know what the consequences are, and I don't know how we could achieve it.
Okay, thank you. But the motion on the floor is a motion to approve the appointment contingent upon a approval of a contract with a term limitation. Discussion.
I believe Councilwoman Wetmore has her hand up.
Oh, yes, Ms. Wetmore, I'm sorry. Was that from before?
Yes, my computer died on that last vote, so, but I just wanted to let Kim know that I'm back and up and running, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wetmore. Further discussion on the motion to postpone with contract language added, contingent upon contract language, if I'm saying that correctly.
Oh, Mick,
I'm sorry, Mr. Weber?
not postpone.
There was no postpone in there. It was,
I'm sorry, to approve the appointment. Mr. Weber, as the maker of the motion, would you like to speak to it?
Sure. I'm gonna vote yes for the chief. Acting Chief Sullivan. But I'm totally despondent about the process, but also the lack of a contract. And so most things in life we have an agreement and then all of us contemporaries around the town, the state of Connecticut, have contracts. Seems to work. And so I feel as though we should consider adding a contract and then a contract time. I don't think that, I think the chief is going to do an excellent job. And I think if he wants to come back before and re-up one more time, I don't think it will be a problem. So I don't see why the protections aren't necessary.
Whoever, Ms. Dolan.
Thanks. I would like to call the question, please.
I'll second that.
All right, there's been a call to question. So this is a vote to call the question on the motion to approve with a contract.
Who seconded that? I'm sorry.
Ms. Shoemaker.
Thank you.
All in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye.
Aye.
Counting 10 opposed.
Opposed.
Ms. Gary?
Aye. I thought you heard me.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Gary. The question has been called.
Roll call vote, please.
This will be a roll call vote on the approval of the appointment contingent upon a contract.
So to vote on the amendment, basically, right?
It's a vote on the amendment that would approve the contract, approve the appointment, but contingent on it coming back with a contract.
Ms. Baez,
Pass.
Ms. Bonadies,
No, overstepping our role here.
Mr. Caesar,
No.
Ms. Klaus,
No.
Ms. Dolan,
No.
Mr. Farmer,
Yes.
Ms. Gary,
Yes.
Ms. Horsley,
No.
Mr. McDowell,
No.
Ms. Rowe Lewis,
No.
Ms. Shoemaker,
No.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Ms. Wetmore, Mr. McGarry,
No.
Ms. Baez.
No.
It fails with 3 in favor.
We return to our original item, which is an order providing for the appointment of John Sullivan as Chief of Police. Mr. Caesar.
I'd like to call the question.
Second.
There's been a call to the question by Mr. Caesar, seconded by Ms. Bonadies. There is no discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye. You got it, Ms. Renta?
I'm going to go with the noes.
Opposed?
Opposed.
I got 3 showing.
Ms. Weber, Ms. Gary?
Jody, I got Jody.
I'm sorry, what are we voting?
This is to call the question on voting on the appointment of the police chief. This vote is to call the question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got 4 opposed.
The question has been called. This vote will be a vote on approval,
please.
appointment of John Sullivan as chief of police, and we'll have a roll call.
Ms. Baez,
No.
Ms. Bonadies,
Emphatically yes.
Mr. Caesar,
Yes.
Ms. Klaus,
Pass.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Farmer,
No.
Ms. Gary,
No.
Ms. Horsley,
Yes.
Mr. McDowell,
No.
Ms. Rowe Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Shoemaker,
Yes.
Mr. Weber, Mr. Weber,
Mr. Webb, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'll come back to Ms. Wetmore. Ms. Wetmore. Is that a yes? Give a nod.
You're muted.
You give a thumbs up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McGarry? Gotcha, Betty.
We
McGarry?
got both your thumbs. Yes.
Ms. Klaus?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Hello? Can you
Your
hear me?
vote, yes? Yes or no?
Perfect, yes.
It passes with 4 opposed.
Okay, congratulations, Chief Sullivan. Full Chief Sullivan. Chief Sullivan, would you like to say a word or two? You're muted, Chief Sullivan.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Council President. Yeah, I want to thank the Legislative Council members for the discussion tonight and their approval of the mayor's appointment. I'm eager and excited to work with the Legislative Council on all future matters pertaining to the Hamden Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Sullivan. We do have some work to do. That is the end of our business. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Moved by Mr. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Ponides. All in favor of adjournment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 You don't get the vote. Opposed? Abstentions? That is all. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night, Chief. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Chief.
Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations.